Streaming by today, building dreams its own way. Bakalaka starts the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise to lead the way. Bakalaka on every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stands the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast, Bakalaka stands they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka legend shining bright. From the east through every coast, Bakalaka Dakistan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka Dakistan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Now it's time for space news. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed. I want to play again, but we have work to do in Satisfactory. We have ways of making you work. We have ways of making you talk.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. One more time. Well, no, I can't do it again. We can do this, though.
DJ streaming late at night, building up with all his might. He's on
Is this
under
good?
desert light. Bakalaka Dakistan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs. Workers forging oil refines. Sledge and gives a perfect rhyme. It's his world, he's on a climb.
Get ready for the drive.
Royal rules the land he stands. Mobile now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Definitely AI. It's great.
Towers rise in perfect sync.
Okay. All right, that's enough. That's a good song. Good. Good. My favorite one was Merry Christmas, Now Face the Wall. Merry Christmas, face the wall. All right, so. Oh, geez. There's a bunch of stuff today. Where do you guys want to start? AI has gone too far? No, AI has not gone far enough. It's not gone far enough. Okay. That's a good one. We'll get that. There's a lot of stuff, so we'll try to get through. That has no right to be that good. Yeah. Where do we want to start? Eesh. The B-21? Let's start at the very beginning. Let's, you know what? Let's start with the launch that was yesterday. So yesterday I was unfortunately a little bit sick. I had a nasty migraine, so I couldn't do space news. But if we could have done space news, we would have watched this right here. So this was the Galileo mission. Galileo. No. Ayo. Ayo. No? All right, cool. So, this was nice. That was the Galileo mission for the European Space Commission. That launched 2 satellites, I think it was FM-26 and FM-32, to a medium Earth orbit. That is the 90th launch for SpaceX of the year. I'd like to point out, guys, they did 96 last year total from the whole year. They're at 90, and we're still in September. They're going to hit 3 figures. I don't think anyone has ever launched something 100 times a year. I don't think that's ever been done. I'm pretty sure that's never been done. Maybe Soyuz? Maybe. Maybe. Got a devil put aside for me, for me, for me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. So, I don't think anybody has gotten to 100 ever in one year, in one calendar year. No one's done that. 120 seems possible. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Aggregate 4? Oh. Does an intermediate range ballistic missile count? O10, are we going to count that? We're kind of talking about launch vehicles. I don't know if an IRBM would count. You know, if there's a Queen reference and I'm here, I'm going to get it or set it up for you. Yeah, that's fair. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Electron is catching up, EG. I think they have 9 this year. Okay, cool. No, it doesn't count. So, cool thing about this mission, this was booster 1067. 1067 did land out on the drone ship here.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
So, why is this cool? So that mission, so 1067 just flew one of the, Polaris Dawn kind of notwithstanding, that was one of the most righteous insertions that Falcon 9 has ever done. The Galileo mission that Falcon 9 launched last year expended the Falcon 9 first stage because they weren't sure if they could get it back. But since Falcon 9 has flown so many damn times, they were confident in a trajectory here that would get this first stage back to the drone ship, and 1067 survives for its 22nd flight. Not bad. Not bad at all. Fleet leader? I think there's a couple of them at 22, Azanku. Also Galileo. Arianespace launches ESA payloads, except that one, and those 3 over there. Oof. Yeah, this thing came in screaming, man. This is why I was bumming that we didn't see it. It was actually a pretty high-profile mission. But yeah, that marked SpaceX's 90th launch on the year. So as of September 18th, 2024, SpaceX has launched 90 times. And guess what? Looking at the schedule, it ain't stopping anytime soon. There's no brakes on this train. Now, a couple of other bits of pretty cool information. The next launch, if I'm looking at this right, the next launch for Pad 40 is Crew 9. So Galileo FM-26, FM-32 took off from Pad 40. If you noticed, as of recent, Pad 40 has a crew access arm. You can just see it over there. It's kind of retracted in this picture. But it has a crew access arm because the next mission off of this pad will be a crew flight. Crew 9 is the first crew. It's only launching with 2 people because it's only launching with 2 people. but they will be the first two to ever launch off of this pad. No crew has launched off of pad 40 ever. The closest thing prior that we've ever gotten to a crewed pad 40 launch before Falcon 9 took over was Gemini MOL, which did, I do believe Gemini MOL, one of the test one, the manned orbiting laboratory on a Titan 3 launched from here, I think. It was either that or 41. It was one or the other. I don't know. Because 39A is reserved for Europa Clipper. That's right. Nick Hague always flies the odd missions. He does. Yeah, Nick Hague is flying another 2-man mission, Joe. That's weird. That's weird. Anyway, so yeah, some fun facts there. Yeah. That would put the amount of active launch pads at the Cape that are crew capable of launching at 3. 39A, 41, and 40. And if you want to count 39B, I suppose you could. So that's pretty good, man. That's a lot of crew-rated pads. Crew-rated mean you have a way for the crew to get on the rocket and fly into space. Highest ever? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, yeah. The LC-19, LC-14, LC-34. Those pads were online before 39A. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You have to quote me on that because I'm pretty sure LC-5 went out before they got 14 working. So the prior crew launch pads at the Cape are LC-5, LC-5, LC-14, LC-19, and I think LC-26, I think. Pretty sure I got all of them. LC-34 as well. So, but those were all active at different points prior. How did the launch pads get their numbers? They started with 1 and they've just been ticking up ever since. What has been the highest number of humans at orbit in one time? A week ago, Steven. 19. Tied the record. Yeah. So a week ago, technically. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad. It feeds into something that this is kind of the opinion part of this. Feeds into something that I've been thinking about. You know, we just did it. We just compared it to like in the past. Like, has there ever been this many? Has there ever been this many? You know, we always find I don't know. As a spaceflight fan, I always kind of find myself comparing the current state of this, like our, you know, spaceflight endeavors to that of 50 years ago, right? And I just keep coming back to one thing. Apollo wishes they had Falcon 9. The Apollo engineers wish they had something like that. Can you imagine what Von Braun would have done with something like this? Actually, probably wouldn't be too far off what Elon is doing with it right now, you know? Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So, yeah, that's where I wanted to kind of start us off. So what do we have for missions going out for Falcon 9? Because there really isn't any stopping this train. We do have an Electron launch in about an hour and 15 minutes, and there's no way we're getting through all that space news in time. That's going to be nice. Yeah, there's a Starlink at 8 a.m. on Friday. Okay, that's great. And then a Starlink, and then Crew 9 next Thursday. And then OneWeb. There's just so many damn Falcon 9 launches. Alpha 1. Ooh. Cool. We talk about what's going on with Axiom. I think I have that in here somewhere. Let me get through a couple of other things here real quick. Actually, you know what? We can do it now. That's fine. So, a little interesting thing here. And now, keep in mind, this article is coming from This article is coming from ours, so take with it what you will. It's just an interesting article that I thought you guys want. I don't particularly see it to be like kind of, oh my gosh, you know, but here, check this out. Eric Berger wrote an article about Axiom. Axiom Space is a commercial space flight company that's looking to build space station modules for the ISS, and they do launch commercial missions to the ISS on Dragon, the AX-1, AX-2, AX-3, AX-4 missions, right? The business model had to change. All right, let's read. Axiom Space is facing significant financial headwinds as the company attempts to deliver on two key commercial programs for NASA: the development of a private space station in low Earth orbit and spacesuits that could be one day worn by astronauts on the moon. Forbes reports that Axiom Space, which was founded by billionaire Cam Gafarian and NASA executive Mike Suffredini in 2016, has been struggling to raise money to keep its doors open and has had difficulties meeting its payroll dating back to at least early 2023. In addition, the Houston-based company has fallen behind on payments to key suppliers, including Thales Alenia Space for its space station and SpaceX for crewed launches. Oh. Oh dear. The lack of fresh capital has exacerbated long-standing financial challenges that have grown alongside Axiom's payroll, which earlier this year was nearly 1,000 employees. I did mention that, Erudite. You missed it, though. Yeah. Sources familiar with the company's operations told Forbes that co-founder and CEO Michael Suffredini, who spent 30 years at NASA, ran Axiom like a big government program instead of the resource-constrained startup it really was. His mandate to staff up to 800 workers by the end of 2022 led to mass hiring so detached from product development needs that new engineers often found themselves with nothing to do. Yeah, Erudite, I mentioned it like as the last Galileo mission. It was expendable, and this one wasn't. They found a trajectory that worked. Yeah, I think this one, saved Polaris Dawn, was the craziest trajectory we've seen. I think that's the fastest Falcon 9. I think that because the Galileo satellites had a 23,000 kilometer insertion and Polaris Dawn had a 1,200 kilometer insertion. I'm pretty sure this one went a little faster. Anyway, the report underscores a lot of what ours has been hearing about financial struggles of Axiom in recent months. Dozens of employees have been laid off, and Thales officials have made no secret of their discontent at not being paid in full for the production of pressure modules for the Axiom space station. Although the departure of Suffredini as chief executive was framed as being his decision for personal reasons, it seems probable that he moved out of the company for performance reasons. A 1,000 people to build space station modules? And you're contracting out the space station modules? The hell are all these people doing? Really, the pressure vessel is contracted out? I'm not sure, awesome dude. What would you say you do here? Yeah, I don't... All right, let's just keep reading. Okay. Space station troubles. I'm sure the article will mention it, guys, real quick, but Axiom is working on a private space station that they're going to attach to the ISS and then detach when the ISS is decommissioned. Well, hopefully. Here's the big one. and I'm sure Eric will mention it in this article. Axiom is working on the EVA suits for Artemis. You know, so we can walk on the moon. Hey fellas, hey fellas, hey fellas, hey fellas, hey fellas. Do you remember like 3 or 4 years ago, or whenever the contract was put out to commercialize the EVA suit for Artemis, how I said it was a really stupid idea, and how I thought that the EVA suits would be the bottleneck, not the lander? Do you guys remember when I said that? You remember that part? Who remembers that part? Oops. That was Rockwell Collins, So yeah, one of the suit contractors pulled out, and the other one is going bankrupt. That's good. Yeah, you remember that part? Yeah. Hey Pat, what's going on? Yeah, you remember how I said that was a really stupid idea? Yeah. What was that? When was that? 2022? 2023? Something like that? After NASA said, nah, you build this. No, somebody looked at NASA and they said, instead of trying to fix the problem, we're just going to band-aid short-term solution it with contracting it out to get it done. Yeah, that doesn't always work. In fact, I can tend to say that that doesn't really work a lot unless it's SpaceX. Piss poor management at NASA yet again. I said that was a stupid idea when they did it, Hellfish. You know, it's you can say, oh, it's easy to say in hindsight. I did say it. I did say it in before hindsight, like way before that. Just putting it out there. All right. All of this raises significant questions about Axiom's ability to deliver on the primary reason the company was created, to build a successor to the International Space Station. Safardini joined Gafarian in the venture after serving as manager of NASA's space station program for more than a decade. He was replaced by Joel Montalbano, and Joel Montalbano retired, or he got promoted, and now it's Dana Weigel is the person. She's doing that now. But anyway, when they found the company in 2016, the plan was to launch an initial space station module in 2020. 4 years to scratch build a space station module? Okay. The timeline for station development has since been delayed multiple times. Presently, Axiom plans to launch its first module to the ISS net 2026, no earlier then. And the company's ambitions have been downsized, according to the report. Instead of a 4-module station that would be separated from the government-operated space station by 2030, Axiom is likely to go forward with a smaller station consisting of just 2 elements. The station would have lower power and reduced commercial potential, according to the article. The business model had always counted on having significant power for microgravity research, semiconductor production, and pharmaceutical production, plus supporting life in space, a source told the publication. Whatever source that is correct. Power needs are a premium even on the ISS. In fact, multiple modules were cut from the ISS after being made because of lack of power. Yeah. Power the scientific experiments, power the life support. Pick one. Seriously. Oh yeah, power is always a problem on the space station. The business model had to change, and that has continued to make it challenging for the company to get around its cash flow issues. Axiom is one of several companies, alongside Blue Origin, Voyager Space, Vast Space, and potentially SpaceX, working with NASA to devise commercial replacements for the International Space Station after that facility retires in 2030. Scientific experiments, the astronauts can hold their breath. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Maybe they can use their EVA suits to depressurize the... Oh, maybe they can't. All right, anyway. NASA plans to issue an RFP, request for proposals, for the second round of commercial space station contracts in 2025 and make an award the following year. Multiple sources have indicated that the space agency would like to award at least 2 companies in the second phase. However, Gafarian told Forbes that he would prefer NASA to decide next year and award a single competitor. But, Orbital Reef is what Blue Origin Station is called. Yeah, I know you want to give it to 2 contractors, but, you know, why give it to 2 contractors when you could just give it to me? I think that's a better idea. The guy that runs Axiom, probably. Today, there's not enough market for more than one. There's not a market for one. Period. There's not a market for one. As long as the ISS exists, there's not a market for one at all. There is no market for this. You need 2 stations to make a market for this. what? Oh, God. There can be only one. What? What? Stop this. You stop this. Stop it. Stop it. This may be true, although some of Axiom's competitors may dispute it. Nevertheless, Gafarian's desire for an award next year and for a sole winner underscores the evident urgency of Axiom's fundraising needs. Guys, I'll be honest, I'm confused about this part. The reason why I'm confused about this part is because the Axiom space station is a separate contract from the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations program. It is a separate contract. NASA contracted Axiom to build add-ons to the space station that they will detach, that they were supposed to deliver in 2020 apparently. They proposed putting add-ons to the ISS, and then when the ISS gets discontinued, they detach them, and it becomes its own space station. That is separate from the Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations program, or CLEOD for short, or Cloaca? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just say Low Earth Orbit Destinations, LEOD. All right, so it's interesting that Axiom is pining for a Commercial Low Earth Orbit destination. It's very interesting that they would be pining for that when they already have a contract for NASA, and the Axiom guy wants CLEOD to be sole sourced. Meaning Axiom would prefer it if they keep their pre-existing station contract, but also get the Commercial Low Earth Orbit contract from NASA as well. I mean, McLeod, there can be only one. Oh God, it's too real. They're pining, not sprucing. They might even be walnutting. Wait, no, that was a weird. Cedering, oaking, peanutting. Walnutting. Walnutting sounds painful. Yeah, dogwooding? Wait, what? What are we talking about here? Anyway, yeah, I kind of agree with what Eric's saying. The guy wants, no, I need my space station to get all the contract because there's only enough market for one. That sounds like you need money. That's what that sounds like. He's basically asking for another blank check. Yeah. I didn't know that Suffredini left, I didn't know he left Axiom. When did this happen? Oh, that was recent. That was last month. Oh. Whoops. This is from Houston Innovation Map. Suffredini led the company as it reached numerous milestones, such as gearing up to return astronauts to the moon, developing a vehicle for astronauts to traverse the moon's surface, completing 3 commercial space missions, designing new generation spacesuits, achieving unicorn status as a startup valued at more than $1 billion, $505 million from investors, signing more than $2.2 billion worth of customer contracts. What? Okay, guys, once again, spaceflight economics seems to be the topic of the day. The company is valued at $1 billion. $505 million from investors, $2.2 billion worth of contracts. So we got almost $3 billion worth of capital here. I'd be wondering what the time frame for that $2.2 billion worth of contracts is. It's obvious that it's not, they didn't pay him, they don't get paid up front, right? That's pretty straightforward, I think. Because, dude, 1,000 people when you have $3 billion in the coffers is not that big of a deal. So that tells me that, yeah, if some of those contracts were not going to pay out until you delivered something, scaling is not a good idea. But then again, Suffredini's not an idiot. That guy's pretty smart. I have a lot of respect for him. Interesting. Interesting. Let's keep going. The report also notes that Axiom has lost significant amounts of funding on 3 private astronaut missions it has flown to the ISS to date. Gafarian said these missions were conducted at a loss to build relationships with global space agencies. This does make some sense, as space agencies in Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere are likely to be customers of commercial space stations in the next decade. You could have just went and talked to them. But that way's good too. However, Axiom is ill-positioned to absorb such launches financially. Publication reveals that Axiom is due to pay $670 million to SpaceX for 4 Crew Dragon missions, each of which includes a launch and a ride for 4 astronauts to and from the station, encompassing a 1 to 2 week period. This equates to $167 million per launch, or $41.9 million per seat. Wow, SpaceX highballed the crap out of them. That's for Axiom's missions, guys. That's not for Commercial Crew. Commercial Crew is lower than this. Do you know why Commercial Crew is lower than this? Commercial Crew is contracted for more flights. You buy more flights, price of the seat goes down. Pretty straightforward stuff. Remember, I always say this is always going to be expensive. The only way to recoup your expenses and make things cheaper is to employ in mass. A block buy, for instance. There you go. Axiom's other major line of business is a $228 million development contract with NASA to develop spacesuits for the Artemis program, which will allow astronauts to venture outside the Starship lunar lander on the moon's surface. According to the Forbes report, the initiative has pulled resources away from the space station program. Yeah, as it should. No, Tessa, SpaceX just charges a lot because they know they're the only ones that can do it. Straightforward. Guys, I always told you a Crew Dragon flight, and I said this probably 2018, 2019, something like that. A Crew Dragon flight does not cost $60 million because you launched it on Falcon 9. Commercial crew is looking at about $150 million for a crew flight, including operations, stay at the ISS, bringing the Dragon down, recovery, etc., etc. Yeah, it's about 150. Yeah, give or take. For like each one of these crewed flights. And once again, there were a lot of the commercial crew program initially was 6 flights, right? And now they've purchased more, so the price is lower because the NASA bought more. $167 million per launch is pretty much in line if you're buying 4 of them a la carte like that. That's pretty in line with the pricing. The pricing's always static. It's always going to be the same unless you employ in mass. It's pretty straightforward. Anyway, multiple sources have told ours that from a financial and technical standpoint, this spacesuit program is on better footing than the station program. And at this point, the spacesuit program is probably the one element of Axiom's business that NASA views as essential going forward. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of need that. The price was never supposed to be static because the innovations of reusability that SpaceX promised. Yeah. Yeah, Cornbread, I mean, but even taking into account a reused booster, SpaceX negotiated a fixed price. Remember, commercial crew is firm fixed price. Oops. Okay. So SpaceX is just reusing the boosters. There's no way that they're launching Falcon 9s at cost, right? And they're pocketing a ton of freaking cash. That's how you space program. See, this makes a lot more sense. You know? How about, hear me out, we take the station contract away from Axiom and give it to Northrop Grumman. An example of when fixed price can bite you back. I'm telling you, fixed price is not the end-all be-all. Everybody thinks it's the end-all be-all. It is absolutely not. No, fixed price can come back to bite you. This is 2 instances in the commercial crew program now where it's come back to bite you. Cygnus everything, please. Cygnus is the cockroach of spacecraft. It'll just exist. It'll just keep existing. No matter what. Cygnus will just keep existing. We'll end up using Cygnus for everything. Hey, Pi. I gotta sneeze. Turbo. Cygnus is love. Cygnus is life. It's just Cygnus. Just, eventually they'll just attach a heat shield to it, and then we'll get reusable Cygnus. And then they'll attach a landing motor on it, and then we'll get landing Cygnus on the moon. Then they'll put a nuclear stage behind it, and we'll get nuclear Cygnus. Cygnus is forever, okay? That was an aerospike sneeze? Yeah, maybe. Wait, it's all Cygnus? Always has been. Cygnus is love. Cygnus is life. Seriously, it's a great spacecraft. Then they increase the size by 10x. Yeah, and then they just send a service module up there, and then Cygnus becomes a on-orbit tug.
Go at throttle up.
On-orbit tugness. The game was Cygnus from the start. Neo, 77 months. Thank you. So when are we getting a Delta 7 rocket? Make a station out of Cygnus. Cygnus XL. Cygnus XL already exists. Sorry, it already exists. That's already a thing. Last, please. It's a bit of an evolution of your contract thoughts. Odd question about contracts. Couldn't the front end be firm fixed, build test portion be cost plus, and then final build use portion be fixed price once the testing is done, or something similar? I have the link, Limprod. Thank you. EJ has a sickness. Joe, I will step on your camera. Don't do that. I'll do it. I will curb stomp your damn camera. I threw it on the ground. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that here. Not you two. Is Cygnus a cousin of the MPLM? It's similar.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
You
space.
got gifted a sub. Are you down with the Cygnus? Oh, stop it, chat. Jesus. Okay, is Cygnus a cousin of the MPLM? Yeah. Yes, it is. It's basically an MPLM with a service module attached to the back. Yep. Anyway. Hellfish, yeah. If you had a scheduled milestone contract where you could pivot to firm fixed price and block buy, yeah, of course. But that would require a cost plus contract. Firm fixed price for development is idiotic. That's stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. How the hell do you know how much it's going to cost? You're trying something new. How do you know how much it's going to cost? Been saying that for years. In the beginning, there was the MPLM. So would an arm Cygnus be Cygnus? Cygnus telescope when? Dude, Cygnus will eclipse the Earth. Our Cygnuses will blot out the sun. Then we will launch in the shade. Anyway. Guys, okay, so here's EJ's opinion on this whole thing. Somebody already said it, Mason, damn it. Were the Axiom suits firm fixed price? I don't know, Nova. Cygnus Swarm. Cygnus Dyson Sphere. Anyway. So, it sounds like maybe I shouldn't say this. Okay, spicy time. If anybody has any different information, I can change my opinion, about this. But here's my opinion as it stands. Okay? Look, Axiom seemed like they had a pretty damn good plan with building their own station modules, right? Building their own station modules and launching commercial missions for outreach so, they could get future contracts down the road, right? When Flight 5, November, Xenix. The FAA delayed it. They did a 60-day delay because endangered species took a dump somewhere, and that's not that far off, but that's not actually what's going on. But we'll talk about that more later. Flame Trench on Friday, Flame Diverter, solo, every space news, every space day. Yeah, all right, so it seems like Axiom had a good thing going. They had a bunch of contracts for these commercial missions, for the space station, right? And, buying these commercial flights from SpaceX. $670 million for 4 crew flights is pretty good, man. That's a pretty good price. It's not the worst price I've seen. And then somewhere along the lines, they decided to get this spacesuit contract. Now, I don't know why a company necessarily that is designing space stations and looking for, you changed your business model. They tried to pivot. It sounds like Safardini tried to pivot to manufacturing EVA suits as well, on top of building a space station. So now you're a startup that's trying to make spacesuits, extravehicular activity spacesuits from scratch, nonetheless, and space station modules from scratch. Keep in mind, Thales Alenia has a lot of experience building space station modules. They built Cygnus. They built the Cygnus pressure vessel, and they built all the modules for the ISS and the MPLMs, right? So Thales Alenia there's some experience there, but that doesn't come cheap, right? So now you're trying to build spacesuits, space stations, and launch these commercial missions at a loss. And you got to remember that Axiom had to pay out. They had to pay out of pocket because one of the missions couldn't come back down. You remember that? Axiom 2? They stayed an extra week on the space station. Axiom had to pay for that out of pocket. That's why it says in the article that they're 1 to 2 week missions, because it's planned for 1. But yeah, recovery zones weren't good. So it sounds like they tried to do too much too fast. It sounds like they tried to scale too quickly. And, you know, in the beginning of the article, it says Seferduni hired 1,000 engineers or 1,000 people. You're going to need 1,000 people to do all three of those things. You're definitely going to need 1,000 people to do that. Yeah, maybe less. I don't know. It's hard to say. Either way, it sounds like he tried to scale and he took a risk and it failed. Now they're in an interesting position because they have to complete that spacesuit contract. If the other guy pulled out, Rockwell Collins pulled out. They pulled out of that program. So it's their sole source for the spacesuits for the Artemis program. So because they scaled and they tried to scale and it did not work, maybe they scaled in anticipation of future contracts that didn't come. I don't know. I don't know why you'd go on a hiring spree in 2022, especially in the wake of COVID. I don't know why a lot of tech companies did this. I've noticed this, not necessarily with aerospace, but with tech. A lot of tech companies hired thousands of people. They way overhired during the pandemic because they thought that remote work was going to be the future, and then it definitely wasn't. It's like they thought that the pandemic wasn't going anywhere and it was going to stay it was going to stay COVID 2 weeks to stop the spread for like the next 10 years. The government gave them money to hire to keep the economy going. Oh God, Neo, I hope that's not true. I don't know. Anyway, to be fair, those 2 weeks felt like 10 years. Your company did that, 80 to 150 and back down to 90. Whatever. Anyway. So it seems like they scaled anticipating huge growth with the company, and that growth never came about, which is kind of the norm for what I see from tech companies, right? Interesting. It's just, yeah, it seems like they tried to scale and it didn't work. I just don't understand. So here's where my question is. I know that Mike Seferdini's not an idiot. I don't know him personally, but I've watched him in a ton of press conferences from back in the day. That's not stupid. Why would you take your commercial space station company and make it a commercial spacesuit and space station company? To do maybe that, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Maybe doing EVA operations around your commercial space station, maybe. But see, here's the thing. Seferdini worked on the ISS for a long time. He knows how expensive it is to build an EVA suit. There's a reason why Jared Isaacman didn't talk about how much the Polaris program costs. Building EVA suits is expensive. It's very expensive. It's one of the hardest things to build. I would say it's even more difficult than building a lander. Fun fact. Looks like I'm proving right. So once again, it's very interesting. Why would you make that pivot? Why would you think that your startup company is good for being a startup in two endeavors with space? Like, let me give you an example. SpaceX started as just a satellite launcher, right? They started just to get a commercial satellite into space. That's it. Right? And then they got a commercial resupply. So they scaled to do uncrewed resupply. And then after that, they got a crew contract. And then after that, they pursued reusability. The reason why they pursued reusability is because they wanted to become an internet service provider with Starlink. Right? Like, even SpaceX, for as crazy and as fast as they go, they still worked it. They still took baby steps at the beginning. Sometimes, guys, I remember when Falcon 9 launches were once a year. Like, I mean, that was like 15 years ago, but actually less than that. It was like 13 years ago. Still, it was more than a decade ago. I don't, dude, yeah, I don't know why you would do that. And simultaneously, I don't know why NASA would. Why would you look at Axiom and be like, yes, this is a brand new company that has a lot of startup, a lot of 500 million in investment, right? That's building space station modules and doing commercial low Earth orbit stuff, and we're going to give you a spacesuit for the moon. Why would you do that? Why would NASA do that? See what I'm talking about? Now you're screwed. See, NASA, I'm looking at it this way. A commercial contractor is not going to sit there and not take a freaking contract. If NASA dangles like a $2 billion spacesuit contract in front of you, you'd be like, yeah, we make spacesuits now. Yeah, that's what we do. Like the ISS deorbit, right? The ISS deorbit mission that SpaceX has, you know. NASA probably went to SpaceX. Hey, SpaceX, could you make a module to deorbit the ISS? You need to make basically a service module for Dragon. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, sure, no problem. Will you give us money? Oh, yeah, we're going to give you lots. Yeah, now we make service modules. It's good, right? Is this the lunar suit? Yes, Axiom has the contract for the Artemis EVA suit, Pie Guy. And now they're in deep financial trouble because they were a space station company that just decided they wanted to make EVA suits as well. Whoops. I just, when is ILC coming back? ILC had the contract, Sea Kraken, until NASA decided they wanted to give it to Axiom. I'm really wondering why that decision was made. Yeah, I said that was a stupid decision when it happened, and it's still a stupid decision. And now we're reaping the benefits of that stupid decision. Another dumb decision. Why would you do that? They're a space station company. Building spacesuits is part of their long-term roadmap. Why would you do that? And why would Axiom think that they could scale correctly? I have a lot of questions here. NASA most likely went with Collins as the safe bet and then Axiom as the risk, like Orbital NG and SpaceX or CRS. Yeah, well, Collins pulled out. I'll bet you, Hell Hydra, we don't know the reason why Rockwell Collins, no, it was not Rockwell Collins, it was Collins Aerospace, excuse me. We don't know the reason why they pulled out, but I have a guess. It's not enough money. It's not enough money. It's not enough. And I think Collins pulled out of that program because they don't want to be made a fool, right? We need you to design $1 billion spacesuit for $200 million. No. And frankly, that's what Axiom should have said too. Because some bonehead at NASA thinks that we should incessantly commercialize everything. Well, guess what? That incessant drive for commercializing every single part of our space program has come back to bite you. The reason why it's coming back to bite you is because now you're screwing with the commercial low Earth orbit economy. The reason why you're screwing with the commercial low Earth orbit economy is because your prime contractor for your space station, a commercial destination for you once you stop operating the ISS, is in jeopardy now because you gave him a stupid spacesuit contract. So now you're on the verge of not having a spacesuit or a commercial low Earth orbit destination. So how is this good for the low Earth orbit economy? Please explain this again. See what I'm talking about? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Dude, I said that was a dumb idea at the time. And man, it is. That's a stupid thing to do. We already have that EVA suit for the ISS. Can't we modify that? Those suits are old as frick, geek. 20 years old. Yeah, maybe 10. That was the original plan, to modify the EVMU and make the XEMU, a program that Jim introduced. And then they said, no, don't want to do that. Give it to Axiom instead. They canned the XEMU program. Yeah, that's why I said it was a real stupid idea. Yeah, it's a stupid idea. Yeah, Zonku, it's a little, this is what I mean, dude. Someone's playing games with NASA, and I don't like this. Why was the decision made to award a space station, a commercial space station provider with the EMU suit, like an extravehicular suit? Why would you do that? That's like driving a car onto a runway and say, yes, I would like to take off now. You're a car. Why would? I mean, yeah, I get it. There's some cars that can also airplane, but let's just say it's a regular car in the analogy, okay? 26 years. Politician wanted Houston jobs? Maybe. But Grog, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, actually, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. 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 Give me 1 second. I need to look at something. I need somebody to find yeah, Grog, no, I hear you, but you made me think of something. Yeah, so Grog, this is what I thought. The XEMU program was out of Johnson Space Center, so more jobs for Houston is out. It was out of Johnson Space Center. There was more. Those jobs were already in Houston. Think about the materials in play. The inflatable modules are made of similar materials as a spacesuit. So if you can make both of the same materialize, they could cost lower significantly. Yeah, but you're asking a startup to scale. Blue? Quick question, is it satisfactory after space news? Yes, we'll play workers tomorrow. I have a feeling he's going to Lunprod, but yeah. Who knows? Yeah, it's just strange. That's very weird. I mean, I suppose you could make the argument that they could pivot to that, but they don't even have a space station module figured out. Like, it just all goes back to what I'm saying, guys. NASA's lack of long-term goals are basically producing an incessant drive to commercialize everything because everybody wants to save money because They want to apparently save money because the current program seems overpriced. I don't think the current program is overpriced. I think people are annoyed at it because it does nothing. That's a big one. If SLS carried the price tag at $1 billion a launch but put people on the moon, I don't think people would be complaining. Just saying. Anyway. Yeah, the lack of long-term goals are coming to bite us in the tail again because everyone's kind of shooting from the hip here, and now NASA basically put itself into a position, albeit I didn't predict exactly the outcome of this, but I told you that Axiom would be late on delivering those suits, and that very much sounds like that's going to be a thing. Yeah, that the incessant need to commercialize every single facet of our space program is going to kill us. That's you're going to end up with a lot less because not every commercial contractor is SpaceX. Sorry, that's the truth. I thought Jib set up a bunch of different goals. What happened? They mostly said we're doing none of those. Yeah, no, but yeah. Last I saw, they were hitting every milestone with the suits, but all their other programs are falling behind. Well, okay, Phil, that's good. Well, that throws a monkey wrench in my opinion, then. If Axiom delivers on the suits, that's great, but now now you're facing no potential replacement for the ISS. So that whole effort to do the whole commercial crew program thing, right? That whole effort, and to have steady replacements for the ISS, yeah, that's not you're putting that in jeopardy, right? And don't say it's a zero-sum game. It's definitely not. There's plenty of spacesuit contractors out there, like, oh, I don't know, the people that made the spacesuits, make spacesuits like right now. Just saying. Yeah, not ideal news, but what are you going to do? Interesting article from Eric. It seems to mostly reference a Forbes article, too, so I don't think he's necessarily wrong in this facet. I'm not sure about the scaling and calling out scaling the company like that. You get to big freaking contracts like that, yeah, you're going to need to scale. Need to commercialize everything, you say. What the heck is this? That's not new. The move to get rid of Tidra started under Jim. Honestly, Tidris makes sense. Disagree. No. Nah, I don't think so. We're going to do the same thing to the DSN? Bad idea. I don't like it. I mean, I guess you could make the argument for it, dudes, but I don't think that's smart. Now, if NASA wants to... Okay, so let me rephrase this for a second here. If one of those proposals is for NASA to buy the satellites and use off-the-shelf communication satellites for TDRS as a relay, and then NASA operates said satellites, I don't have a problem with that. That's okay. That's fine. I don't mind NASA buying these satellites for an off-the-shelf thing and using it and using it as long as it's under their domain. They're the satellite operators. Commercializing TDRS would be like commercializing roads. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like a full commercialization and make NASA low Earth orbit communications beholden to basically a glorified cell phone company. Yeah, no, not about that life. Not about that life. Rocket Lab just went live. Rocket Lab is online. All right. Well, we got a Rocket Lab mission happening here. Yeah, interesting article there. Intuitive Machines just got a contract for moon communications. Yeah, I noticed that. That's actually super cool. I actually had that one teed up. So Intuitive Machines was awarded a contract from NASA, making a near space network contract with a maximum potential value of 4.82 billion. As part of the contract, Intuitive Machines will deploy lunar relay satellites and provide communication and navigation services that play an essential role in NASA's Artemis campaign to establish a long-term presence on the moon. Guys, I have a question. Why the hell are we making Gateway if this is a thing? What about a scaled up Starlink to replace TDRS? You're replacing a CB radio antenna with a cell phone tower if you're doing that, geek. Not a good idea. Why is the communications network more than the lander? How is this different than the TDRS thing? Honestly asking. Well, the whole point, one of the biggest reasons why you'd want to put Gateway in a rectilinear halo orbit is because you have constant communication and line of sight towards Earth at all periods of time. Why would you build a relay network if you have that? What? Like, don't get me wrong. Here's the thing. I like Intuitive Machines. Steve Altemus is the CEO over there, and the lead scientist or the lead engineer is Dr. Tim Crane. Those two are awesome. Those guys are cool. You know why I like Steve Altemus? Because when the IM-1 mission didn't work exactly right, he admitted his mistake. He took ownership of his problem. He admitted what was wrong, took ownership of his problem, and said, "You're damn sure it's not going to happen again." That is the accountability that you need to be successful in spaceflight. You need to be like that. You have to admit your problem. Don't try to cover it up. It just makes it worse. Admit your problem. Tell people exactly what went wrong. And say what you're going to do to fix it. He took ownership. That's why I like him. I said at the time when we watched that press conference where he's like, yeah, we screwed up. It's not going to happen again. We screwed up. This is the exact reason why we screwed up. Right? I said he should be running the whole damn space program. You need that accountability. You need that. You need to take ownership. Take ownership of your company's problems. Now, contrast that with, like, I don't mean to call people out by name, but contrast that with Mark Nappy not showing up to the Starliner post-flight press conference. It's very telling. And I like Starliner, but not showing up for your own press conference is cringe. That's disgusting behavior. Don't do that. That speaks volumes about your confidence, right? Yeah, Fish, yeah, you're not wrong. NRHO has constant communication with Earth, but the South Pole does not have constant communication with Earth, nor Orion. Yeah, but Snarky, there is like a momentary, maybe 10 to 15 minute blackout where, like a Molina orbit, where the Gateway would whip through perigee. You'd have a small momentary loss of communications. Most of the Gateway's orbit, like probably 80 to 90% of Gateway's orbit, is in line of sight with the South Pole. But don't get me wrong, I'm super pumped for Intuitive Machines, right? But you're gonna Snake. Let me ask you this, dude. You're gonna pay $4.82 billion for that 15-minute loss of signal? To be 100% honest with you, at this point, if I had it my way, I'd say screw Gateway. I'd give the money to Intuitive Machines. I'd still do that and say, you guys suck. You forgot to put the wire harness in the damn mass estimation. Get out of here. Go away. We don't need this. And then I would look to uprating the service module for Orion, or finding other architectures to work with a resonant orbit in low lunar or something like that. I don't mind that NASA's doing this. My question is why. This is in support of the Artemis program. The whole idea here is that Gateway afforded you to not have to pay and maintain a lunar relay network. That was the whole point. So what the hell are we doing here? Once again, see what I mean? Look, I'm not saying this is bad, and I know there's an Electron launch in a second. I'm not saying this is bad. If anything, I would have given the money to these guys in the first place. Like, have Intuitive Machines build freaking Gateway. I don't care. These guys know what they're doing. The dish is what I'm trying to tell you. But why? What? Why? This is conflicting. This is conflicting. You are paying billions of dollars for redundant capability. And not redundant dissimilar capability. Well, I mean, technically redundant dissimilar capability, but the whole justification for Gateway was that it's in line of sight. And that it's your relay, that you wouldn't have to do this. You wouldn't have to pay almost $5 billion to make a lunar relay network, because guess what, guys? You know why that contract is so damn expensive? Because it's hard to build a satellite constellation around the moon because of the shifts in gravity. It's very difficult. Not to mention there's that big Earth thing that's pretty damn close that can pull your satellites away. Having something orbit stably around the moon is not easy. That's a really difficult thing to do. That's the other reason why Gateway was chosen, because it's resonant. It uses lunar precession to stay in that type of orbit and requires minimal station keeping. So once again, I'm very confused as to why you would do this when you have Gateway. The whole point, one of the biggest selling points to Gateway was doing that. So I'd be interested to. I think we should watch the Gateway contract very closely over the next couple of months. We'll see what happens. Last, please. I swear to God, Tessa, if this is telling me that Rocket Lab's live, I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft. Okay, it's not. Also, I saw a thing earlier today that Neuralink are starting to make Geordi's visor. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? Also, I think Rocket Lab is live. All right, Kinesis killed the Radiot Star.
Called the Raid IoT Star, a riff on the 70s music hit Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles for French Internet of Things company Kinesis. It's super exciting to be back on Pad A after 2 whole years, and we introduced our second Electron launch pad, Pad B,
yeah, I know,
at
Dr.
LC1 back in
I think they're moving away
2022
from it. That's
to enable some upgrades and maintenance to be carried out.
You wouldn't award a contract like that if you weren't pivoting away from Gateway. That's my guess. If they do Gateway and that at the same time, I'm going to be very confused. Boat in a range. The launch title for MTV. Yep. Is this in New Zealand? Yes. Okay, so this is Kinesis killed the Radiot Star. Yeah, Internet of Things. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is an Electron launch going out of LC1A at the Mahi Peninsula in New Zealand.
Time to lose to deploy the first of their satellites to space on our commemorative 50th Electron launch. Let's take a look back at that mission.
10, 9.
This was a previous mission.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Just like their first launch with us, this launch is tailored specifically to meet Kineis's mission requirements, providing them with control over their launch schedule,
No,
orbit,
they're not
and
going to catch
deployment
first
parameters,
stages, Daitor,
more
not
so
to my
than would be
knowledge.
possible on a rideshare mission. Now, today's launch will deploy Kineis's 5 satellites in a precise sequence, first as one and then as pairs, to build out the constellation exactly as they need it.
Lava, you're not from the U.S., so I got no idea. Is there any way that you, EJ, and others could actually influence NASA's decision? It's your taxpayer money after all. Lava Eagle, the best way that I've found to do this is to teach people about spaceflight policy. That's the best way that I've found. I mean, the other thing would be to write your representative, which request an audience with your congressional representative, which if you're from Europe, it would be an MEP, or if you're from England, it's an MP. I think that's the equivalent. I'm not sure, but yeah. Wasn't Rocket Lab the first commercial company to successfully launch on their first try? Yeah, I believe their second mission didn't work, Vasya, but I could be wrong. I remember watching that first mission in 2018. That was a good time. It's possible, Erudite, yeah. Considering both candidates are running on fixing things, I mean, we'll probably get something, dude. I don't know. Who knows? You're assuming, yeah, exactly, right? 28 kilograms.
The retractable UHF antenna, for example, can hear a bird sing within a rock concert 650 kilometers from the Earth.
Wow.
We fitted them with thrusters to ensure they stay on track for their mission. Some even carry children's drawings. That's amazing. At the same time, we have deployed many ground stations worldwide and have a sovereign infrastructure to guarantee data transmission to our clients. Today, Rocket Lab is preparing to launch a new cluster of 5 satellites, marking yet another significant step forward in our mission. With 5 satellites already in orbit at 650 kilometers, each launch reinforces our ability to connect with the rest of the world and address the challenges essential for people, their activities, and their environment. We can't wait to take this next step.
We're excited to get the second set of Kineis nanosatellites to orbit. This launch will bring Kineis's total to 10 satellites in space, getting them closer to their goal of 25
Builder, I got you.
in the full constellation. Kineis has 3 more dedicated launches with Rocket Lab to deploy the remaining satellites that will help provide their customers with precise connectivity and location tracking of any object anywhere on the planet.
All right, we're approaching the T-minus 12-minute mark at LC1. And next up is one of the final status checks before liftoff, the go, no-go poll from our operators in mission and range control. Let's listen in now for the calls and see if we get greens across the board to proceed to launch.
Okay. Here, we'll see if we can double box this. I have no idea how I'm going to do this. I am out of monitor space because I have YouTube chat over there.
All stations, LD on mission, proceeding with the go, no-go sequence. Stage.
Stages go.
Avionics.
Go.
I'm going to keep this on.
GNC is go.
VCon.
Hey, Audrey.
T1.
T1 is go.
GC.
GC is go.
PLS.
PLS is go.
Ah, yes, the
RSO.
POS is go.
RSO is go.
MET.
MET is go.
MM.
MM is go.
And LD SUP.
LD SUP is go.
Okay, go, no-go sequence is complete. We are T-minus 11 minutes and 19 seconds and counting.
Guy, you're
We are
showing...
go for terminal count auto sequence at T-minus 10
cameraman is
minutes.
showing screens
From this
that
time, the 3-word hold procedure
fine.
is in effect.
It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Arbalest.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
59 months.
And there it is, greens all round, and we are go for launch. You just heard the call out from Michael Pearson that we are proceeding today with the planned liftoff at 11:01 local time, now just less than 11 minutes away.
While today is all about Kineis and Electron, the team has been busy developing our new and much bigger rocket, Neutron, including some big wins for automation. We've completed the install of the largest automated fiber placement machine of its kind into our Neutron rocket production line in Middle River, Maryland. The custom-built 99-ton robotic machine will automate the production of all large-scale composite structures for Neutron, including the tanks and fairings. Last month, we caught up with Mike Mason on how this will accelerate production, so let's take a look.
We excel in the production of carbon composites here at Rocket Lab. We've done a lot of R&D throughout Electron and Space Systems and now Neutron, so we know what we're dealing with and we can produce a really high-performance light launch vehicle using it.
That's right, Peg. Rocket Lab has a pad in the United States too.
This AFP machine is the biggest of its kind in the world.
Dude.
It's standing over 12 meters tall and can travel 30 meters back and forward along the work cell.
That's like 40
We'll be
feet
tasked
tall.
with building the biggest structures of the Neutron vehicle. This includes the 7-meter domes and barrels that make up the Stage 1 tank and some of the 12-meter long interstage panels that enclose the Stage 2. AFP stands for Automated Fiber Placement. It's essentially an industrial process that massively accelerates the laying down of carbon fiber onto a mold to build large carbon structures. This is a process that's traditionally done by hand. So the key performance metric of a machine like this is essentially how fast it can lay out carbon fiber. This is really important because our large parts are made up of hundreds of layers of carbon fiber and thousands of square meters. So the faster we can do this, the better. We can pay out over 100 meters per minute of carbon fiber. Currently it takes a large team several weeks to build a Stage 2 dome, whereas this machine will be able to punch it out in 24 hours.
I'm sorry, what?
The machine's been designed to accelerate in any direction at 0.2 G. It's able to stop on a dime, turn its head around in a fraction of a second and start laying down carbon in the opposite direction. And it's little things like that that make this machine much better than the rest. This machine will be installed in our new facility in Middle River, Maryland. This is our space structures complex, which will be quite heavily focused on producing the large composite structures required for Neutron, but will also act as a center of excellence for composites for the whole company. So that's including space system structures and Electron composites and all sorts. So this machine also includes a fully automated real-time inspection system. This is really important.
Okay, not gonna lie, the thing looks like GLaDOS. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like GLaDOS, but all right.
As it goes along, and will notify the operators of any issues before it starts on the next layer. It means that we can sort of maintain our really high quality standards for spaceflight structures.
It looks like GLaDOS! I cannot see it!
Me personally as an engineer, I love machines, I love automation, and this is state-of-the-art automation. For the size of the machine, it's the highest performance thing out there, much faster at moving around than a traditional CNC machine, and there's some really clever smarts going on in that process to make sure that we lay down fast and accurate components.
How are you holding up? Because I'm a potato!
If you want to work on cutting-edge machinery, building leading-edge rockets, we have plenty of roles in our manufacturing teams across the entire Rocket Lab family. Check out rocketlabusa.com/careers and apply today.
LD avionics mission.
Avionics LD.
Avionics terminal checks complete.
Copy, thank you.
Triumph Stag. Yes, it's a Triumph Stag. Yeah, so do what? No, I'm good. You need hair like hers? Why do I need her haircut? Ship 31 static fire going on. Yeah, I know. I have that on the other monitor. Here. We're all fine here now. How are you?
If you've been following us for the past 52 missions, you'll know all about our Electron rocket. But if you're joining us for the first time, then here's everything you need to know. Electron stands at 18 meters, or 59 feet tall, and it's our dedicated launcher for small satellites. Now,
It's weird with someone with a New Zealand accent say a measurement in imperial. That's very strange to me.
Class rocket. which is what gives it its signature black look. Now, we chose carbon composite because it's incredibly lightweight but strong, allowing us to maximize payload capacity. Before Electron's fueled, it weighs about 1 metric ton, but once the tanks are filled with liquid oxygen and kerosene, it weighs more than 12 times that.
Now, to get our customers to space, there are 9 3D printed Rutherford engines on Electron's first stage and a single vacuum optimized version of Rutherford on the second stage. There is a separate 11th engine on Electron known as Curie with a much smaller but still 3D printed propulsion system that powers Electron's kick stage in orbit. The precise maneuverability of Curie allows the kick stage to raise and lower its orbital placement to perfectly position the satellites that it carries for deployment. Like many rockets, Electron stages operate a bit like a relay race. The first stage, the largest single structure of the rocket, carries the mission for the first 2.5 minutes of flight before it separates off the second stage. The first stage falls back towards the Earth, while the second stage takes over the race. The single Rutherford engine on that second stage burns bright for another 6.5 minutes, propelling us all the way to an elliptical orbit before we have another stage separation event for Electron, this time between the kick stage and the second stage.
Seriously.
The final leg of the journey is then completed by the kick stage, which circularizes the orbit ahead of payload deployment.
At T-2 minutes, the team in mission control are hands-off with Electron's flight computer.
Guys, I think the 31 static fire and the launchers basically have the same T0.
Operators then pivot to monitoring their stations while Electron essentially launches itself. Now, liquid oxygen will continue to be topped off into Electron's tanks all the way up to T-1 minute 30 seconds. And then we should hear a call out from mission control that the lock system is in recirculation. After that, we'll hear a confirmation that Electron's first and second stages are fully pressurized and ready for launch. And then all that remains is to listen out for the final 10-second countdown from the launch director.
All right. I'm going to have to figure out
now that you know what to expect, let's watch it all unfold in real time as we enter the final minutes of the count. I'll send you over to mission control, and we'll be back with you after liftoff.
All right, I should be able to double box this. I'm gonna have a hard time reading both chats though. Okay. All right. Give me the side by side. Hell yeah!
All
Let's go.
LD on mission. From now, there should be no red flags on your critical LCCs. Beacon LD mission.
LD beacon.
Please lock auto
I got
sequence
it.
and confirm.
I freaking got it.
Auto sequence is locked.
Confirm all expected flight computer ASGOs are green.
Confirmed, all ASGOs are green.
Okay, all stations, we are go for auto sequence start at T-2 minutes. LD is go for launch.
Okay, we got a double box here. We have, what is it? We got Electron on the left, Starship on the right. This is working. We're good.
Vehicle is fully on internal power. AFTS is green and ready for flight.
Let's go. We're not getting 2 launches. The one on the right is a static fire. This one over here is a launch.
LOX load is complete. System is in recirculation.
I don't know which monitor to watch. Damn it. This is bad. I'm watching 3 chats and 2 streams, and then my OBS all at the same time. Cross your eyes and watch both. Ah, okay.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 tanks are pressed for flight.
High flow engine purge enabled.
It did, Phil. It absolutely did.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
We're going to the big box here.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Sound
6,
suppressor is on.
5, 4, 3, 2,
ignition.
1.
Abort. Hold.
Had an abort.
Electron. Video killed the Radiot Star. Or Kineas killed the Radiot Star. Has entered an abort after ignition at T-minus 1 second.
LD mission.
LDGC.
Please confirm the launch inhibit mode is enabled.
Confirmed.
And all stations at this time are proceeding with the immediate abort, or auto sequence abort checks, sequence 66. GC confirmed stage 1 and stage 2 umbilical statuses are engaged.
And negative LD working on getting stage 1 umbilical re-engaged.
Copy. GC sub LD mission.
As you can just see, Electron has had an abort. Let's throw it back to mission control and wait to hear more.
CO2 fire suppression system is active.
Copy.
So wait, if Electron did a static fire, what is Starship gonna do? Monkas. Yeah, Vanguard sucks, but... Uh-oh. Wait, if Electron static fire... Oh, God. Oh, there it goes. Look good. Look good. That looked real good. About a 6-engine fire, if I looked at that correctly. So yeah, ship 31 static fire.
If you're just now joining us, Electron has had an abort for the day at T0. Our auto termination sequence was triggered. We're now throwing it back to mission control as we wait to hear more.
Yeah, Magellan for sure. 2 static fires. I blame the boat. I tell you what I'd do, man. Watch 2 rocket static fire at the same time, man. You damn straight. Always wanted to do that. I figure I could hook that up. You know, rocket companies dig dudes with money. Nice aquas. Hey, Peter, man. Check out Channel 9. Check out this rocket. Oh, sorry, man. Over there or something? Phoenix, look out for your flame trench, bud. Yep. Can Electron recycle?
We're standing by for further updates from mission control, but since today's mission required an instantaneous launch, we'll be standing down from today's launch attempt. We'll share more across Rocket Lab's website and social media channels. Thank you for joining us. This is Rocket Lab Mission Control, signing off.
I did, Hokie. Yeah. I did hear that. The launch director commanded first stage team to reattach the umbilicals. So, Hokie, that implies that they have a retractable first stage umbilical. I think. Here, let me back it up. Let's watch that abort again here. I did hear it, Hokey. Let's see.
7.
This is a replay.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Had an abort.
That poor grass.
GC LD mission.
LDGC.
Please confirm the launch inhibit mode is enabled.
Confirmed.
Launch inhibitor.
And all stations at this time are proceeding with the immediate abort, or auto sequence abort checks. Sequence 66.
It's just ice hedge.
GC confirmed stage 1 and stage 2 umbilical statuses are engaged.
And negative LD working on getting stage 1 umbilical re-engaged.
Copy.
So the launch director asked that the stage 1 and stage 2 umbilicals be immediately re-engaged per their abort procedure, and the guy said, no, it's not finished yet.
GC sub LD mission.
As you can just see, Electron has had an abort.
And before we could finish the rest of that comms loop, they cut in the commentators.
Let's throw it back to mission control and wait to hear more.
They talked over the comm loop.
CO2 fire suppression system is active.
Copy.
Their fire suppression system turned on. I think those were sparks, not ice. Let me look at it again, dudes. Yeah, because Shadow, you know, that kind of confirms what some viewers were saying a second ago. Let's take a look. I'm going to watch this replay of the abort in slow-mo. Watch down here. Yeah, Phil, I saw what you said about the GSE. Okay. So the suppressor, the water suppression systems are on. There's your ignition. Everything looked fine there. I mean, we couldn't really see much, but... I don't see any sparks, guys. I don't see anything. It looks all right, unless the sparks come a little bit later. No, it just looked like an abort. That looks fine to me. It comes later? Okay. All right, Alpha, let me see.
So this time we're proceeding with the immediate abort, or auto sequence abort checks. Sequence 66. GC confirmed stage 1 and stage 2 umbilical statuses are engaged.
And negative LD working on getting stage 1 umbilical re-engaged.
That's ice. That just popped off there.
GC sub LD mission.
As you can just see, Electron has had an abort. Let's throw it back to mission control and wait to hear more.
CO2 fire suppression system is active.
Copy.
CO2 fire suppressor. Then I'm done. Don't worry about it, man. So it's okay. Yeah, you'd want to purge it out to avoid fires on the pad, Mutter. Absolutely.
Our auto. If you're just now joining us, Electron has had an abort for the day at T0. Our auto termination sequence was triggered. We're now throwing it back to mission control as we wait to hear more.
It's 59 feet tall, Hedges. So how does it compare to Starship? It would look like a toothpick compared to Starship. No hands-on faces, though, except for that guy. Something was weird there. That's guys, that's something strange. I mean, obviously you're not expecting an abort, but it usually is pretty dang apparent. CO2 could just be procedure. We'd have to look at other aborts, Caveman, and see if that comes through the loops. I didn't see any fires on the pad. I didn't see it. It looked fine. It looked like it just shut off. But the mission director going like this in that last shot, it's pretty telling. That means it wasn't something apparent. So it threw an abort, and you were like, huh. Like, okay, if it throws an abort for like a boat in the range or something, right? That's pretty obvious. Like, oh, nope, downrange, can't do that. I mean, I don't even know if it does that. Like, there are obvious things, right? But if it says your chill down temperature in one of your 9 Rutherfords is too low, is not cold enough comparatively to the other ones, and it aborted because of an off nominal temperature, well, that's a whole different problem. Whatever it wasn't apparent because they shut up. They turned off the loops. So it wasn't something that they were like, oh yeah, oh okay, that's the problem. You know, it was an automatic abort, Clockwork. Yeah, the rocket shut itself off. So it was a parameter on board the vehicle that it didn't like. I can guarantee you that. And once again, you know, I could be conjecture, but honestly, that guy right there is the number one. That's the mission director right there. I'm pretty sure with how Rocket Lab sets up their consoles. Whatever it was not apparent. That face says it all. It's pretty obvious. You can, like, and I kid you not, like, dude, if you're looking at me and you're like, what? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? You're not there. You're absolutely right. I've watched thousands of these. If somebody in mission control is doing this, or this, or this, something is wrong, guaranteed. Guaranteed. It is a surefire thing. If everything's going right in mission control, people are just sitting there at their consoles looking like this. If you're putting your hands on your face in mission control, something is wrong. Or something happened that you don't understand. Like I said, whatever it wasn't apparent because it wasn't apparent because that guy's sitting there looking like he's trying to solve a crossword puzzle. That's the... Huh. Why would it do that? That's weird. That's that. That's what that is. Just in case. But anyway, we did have an abort. Kineas killed the Radiant Star, had an abort, and the window was instantaneous. They don't... I guarantee you they haven't figured it out yet. How do we know he's not solving a crossword puzzle? How do you know? I don't know. How does positive traction on a 72 Plymouth work? I don't know. It just does. Okay. That man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. He's playing mental Galaga. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, Ship 31 static fire and Electron static fire. Ask Mona Lisa Vito. Then if you want to know about positron. What is positron? Are these magic grids? Are you suggesting that the laws of physics cease to exist on your stove? We got 2 static fires. Yep. I'd tell you what I'd do, man. I'd watch 2 static fires at the same time, man. Damn straight, I always wanted to do that. Freaking A, man. Does Rocket Lab also use super chilled locks? I don't think that they do, Lava Eagle, but I'm not sure. He's playing Satisfactory. He's planning his base layout. That's not funny. Kippy, why do you hate me? MSC tonight? No. We're playing Satisfactory. We gotta finish grinding out those MAM trees. Summer car will come back soon. Don't worry. So the drag race was a tie. Yeah. Sure. But it's Wednesday. Yeah, and chat pissed me off the other day, so I said I'm delaying summer car by a couple of weeks. Deal with it. Your actions have consequences. You did it to yourself. It's not rude. It's my autumn car now because consequences. We will play summer car next week, okay? When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? So if I demand lots of workers and resources, will you delay that? No. How dare you hold us responsible for your actions? Or are you just out of beer so you can't play MSC? Look, Joe, that was a bad idea, okay? That was a bad idea, drinking beer every time we... yeah. Every time we drank a beer in summer car, drinking a beer in real life. That was not the smartest decision, okay? NASA commercial station updates. I have that update from Will, yeah. All right, anyway. Long drink moment. Yeah, it was not advisable. Dude, before I knew what was going on, I was like 5 or 6 beers deep. And I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. That was a really stupid thing to do. It's funny. Don't say I never suffered for the content. The content. DJ made you some content. Just thinking, space is gonna be a new level of Darwinism. The consequences of doing stupid things is pretty lethal. Yeah, Chris, I agree. Took me a second with the typo, but I got it. I got the gist. EJ after that. Smart decisions in my EJ stream? Was it Trace Comas bad? No. I was like 6 beers deep on an empty stomach, Tessa. That was not smart. Hey, it's me. Or his poker game is stronger. Someone sent a dank meme. Yep. They use CO2 more so than all the water. James, that's what I'm wondering. You know, your pad is getting sprayed with water. Why would you use a CO2 fire suppressant? Something went weird with that electron. Something's weird. And whatever it wasn't very apparent. Yeah, Tan, that was a bad decision. Bad decision. But hey, whatever. Was it light beer? No. No, it was not. It was Yingling. Or no. Was it long drink or Yingling? I forget. It would have been one of those. Could it be because of the batteries? Maybe. How long ago was this stream? a month, maybe. Yeah, Journey, we just saw the Starship static fire over on the NSF stream. That was pretty cool. CO2 is good at filling more than just the bottom of space without causing shorts, yeah. You should never drink on an empty stomach. You should put some beer in it first. Yeah, okay. Do I look like the kind of guy that do I look like the kind of guy that drinks light beer? No, my favorite beer is stout, guys. I like drinking loaves of bread. Give me a Guinness. You better go over there behind that bar and get me a freaking Guinness, boyo. Get me a damn Guinness. Thought you said Corona. It may have been Corona, V. Dean. Yeah. Yeah. I like the darkness of the darkness of beers. The darkness is. Frick yo couch. Buy another one, you rich melon farmer. Frick yo couch. Anyway, there's still a lot of space news, to be honest with you. Samuel Jackson. It'll get you drunk. Fool. Fool is Mr. T, but I can't say what was actually said in that sketch. Not in polite conversation. Samuel Jackson, it's my beer. It's still funny, man. Still funny. Hey, it's that guy from Flame Trench. Hey. God, I got recognized. Hi, Space Wolf. How are you? We're not doing anything weird in here. Wait, Jack's here? Where? I don't know, Rim. Your favorite beer is clear and made of potatoes. Ah, yes, put that. You can't see Jack. He's lying down. What? All right. I'm going to go back to space news. Welcome back to Space News. All right, cool. Anyway, we were talking about intuitive machines and how it doesn't make sense for NASA to shell out a $4.8 billion contract for a lunar relay mechanism when Gateway is supposed to do that exact thing. I would be watching the Gateway program pretty close here because that doesn't make a lot of sense. I've heard no. I've been watching Artemis and Artemis mission architecture for a long time. I've been paying attention to it. Granted, I haven't been paying attention to it that much over the past 6 months, but also at the same time, there's no mention of a lunar relay in a lot of the Artemis architecture unless I've completely missed it. Also a possibility. Yeah, that's very interesting. But either way, I'm very glad for intuitive machines. If they were going to do that and give it to somebody, I think they're the right people for the job. Seriously. I like intuitive machines. The guys that run intuitive machines are not stupid. They're really cool dudes. I would love to meet them someday. They're good. They're good guys. Tim and Steve. Lunar is intuitive machines. Yeah, are they publicly traded? Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Damn. Yeah, that your market cap went up a little bit there, huh? Jeez. Whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. Should have bought last week. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a... What is it trading at? It's trading at 750. It was trading at 550. That's a... Somebody could have made some money, but who... I mean, would have been insider trading if you knew that contract was coming. Surely no one would do that ever. Right? He paid my rent? Nice! Yeah, Savvy, right. No, nobody does that ever. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's only a $4.8 billion contract. It's no big deal. Yeah, right. I had some shares before their lander tipped over. Still down after this. Damn, Jay, that sucks. Yeah. All right, well, that's good. That's great for Intuitive Machines. I'm really, really happy for them. That's awesome. Brendan, you live 45 minutes from the oldest Yingling brewery in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Heck yeah, man. Yinzer beer is very, very tasty, man. I like Yinzer. It's pretty good. Did you notice what Intuitive Machine stock symbol is? It's lunar. Yeah, I get you. H3 is getting some business. Phil, I already have that teed up too. Want to see? Whoop. France's Eutelsat and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries agree on multiple launches using the H3 rocket. MHI will provide multiple launch transportation services using the H3 rocket to France's Eutelsat from 2027 onwards, contributing to the company's continued satellite services. Eutelsat. I'm thinking it's OneWebSat. Eutelsat bought them. Mitsubishi make rockets? Yes, they do. They make all of Japan's heavy lift launch vehicles, dude. Yeah. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, man. Dude, Japanese conglomerates, they diversify. They make all kinds of stuff. Like Yamaha. Yamaha makes pianos and motorcycles. And drum sets. All right. And motors, for what it's worth. Like, and boat engines. Yeah, they just make all kinds of stuff. In Japan, you know, they got that can-do attitude. Yeah, we're a pen company. That's fine. What do you want us to make? Organs? Yeah, whatever. Let's do it. All right. Sure. We'll make real good ones too. TVs, computers. Yeah, Yamaha makes everything, dude. Some of the best stuff comes from Japan. No wonder this part failed, Marty. It says made in Japan. Mitsubishi carbide cutting tools are actually really nice. Yeah, don't they make CNC machines too? I'm pretty sure Mitsubishi makes CNC machines as well. Yeah, Buck, that was my question, man. So why doesn't Eutelsat launch their stuff on the European launch vehicle? Blame Amazon. Great things happen when your work culture says you need to work 80 hours a week. Yeah, Fish, I understand. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Yep. When's the next KSP stream? When I feel like playing KSP, dude. Sid, how you doing? When my shop orders micrometers, they're either from Japan or from Fowler. Fowler's good stuff, man. Fowler's real good stuff. Nice, Stan. Are launches in Japan really rare because of fishing vessels? They're not rare. They happen. They just don't happen very often because of demand. But now you're going to see more. And the H3 is a pretty awesome design, guys, for what it's worth. Yep, past the Fowler factory. Yeah, it's right on the Mass Pike, dude. Yep. France made the ESA speak in French, then dipped. Yep. Anyway, that's cool. Interested why they didn't do it on their own rocket, but Phil, you're saying blame Amazon. Did Amazon buy up all the Ariane 6 launches? Oh, jeez. Okay, how about this one? This is coming from Space News. And it's not loading. Come on. Heard somewhere it's around 50 million for a launch on H3. It's pretty good. That's competitive. Yep. I want to see a Japanese rocket do a propulsive landing. That would be sick. Blame Mitsubishi steam generators for the San Onofre nuclear power plant shutting down years ago. The Titans? The Titan power plant repairing? Oh, that's a shame. Damn it, Mitsubishi. Why don't they use Westinghouse? Westinghouse is better anyway. Yeah, Phil, that page isn't loading for me, and I know it's something with my computer. You live near there. I know you live near there. I saw you near there. Remember that? Remember that part? I'll read the header. India approves sample return Venus orbiter space station modules. Cool. And reusable vehicles. Neat. Yeah, Rep, I saw you right near it. But anyway, good stuff. Cool. Check this out, guys. This is coming from the captain of ULA's rocket ship, which is in dry dock right now, getting refurbished. This is the vessel that moves Vulcan and previously Atlas, and, well, they'll still move some Atlases, but you could tell that bin's for scrap steel. You could tell it's a scrap steel bin because of the way it is. Ooh, what do we got here? Breakers? Yeah, there's the breakers for the ship. Cool. Cool. Power distribution. Telephone. Fire suppressant. This isn't necessarily the engine room, Joe. This is the breakers. This is the power. It's the power room. This is these are quite literally the circuit breakers for all the electrical systems on the ship. Just like you'd have circuit breakers in your house. Only these things are a little bit more beefy. They handle a lot more current. What's the thing to the left of the telephone? Another telephone? Distro. Yeah, there you go. You need to wear one of those aprons in that room? Sure. Where is it in dry dock? I don't know. A telephone. Oh. Don't forget about the links I sent you in Discord. I haven't. I have them all queued up on a monitor that you can't see, and it's stressing me out that we have like 40 tabs left, considering the time. Oh, they're there, Creeper. Don't you worry. And don't forget the stuff. Story of my life, Savvy. Jesus. All right, anyway. This is coming from NSF. This is coming from Mr. Yak. Mr. Yak. The chopsticks for the second tower are being moved in. Or at least in sub-assembled components on a sweet lowboy trailer. All right. Looks like we have the first part of tower. Oh, no, it's quick disconnect. All right. Even better, the QD. To which I replied, yes. To which Jack replied, yes. To which I replied, yup. It's a great thread. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, sorry, Creeper. I wanted to show that. I thought that was funny. All right, let's let me pull more links. Yes. 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 Success. All right. The intuitive machines link we already did. There is the station stuff. I already kind of talked about that, but yeah, there's Stoke, Firefly, ULA. No, I don't want to share that one. That one is funny. That one is a meme. We'll share that one. That one's pretty good. Okay. All right. I'm good. How about 42 tabs? You smelly butthole. I'm going to reply to that, RGB. Okay, cool. Sorry, wrong message. What do you mean, Helzekin? Oh, okay. All right, I'm just compiling. Okay. That's weird. Nice. All right. Here, check this out. We were just talking about the quick disconnect being moved in. Take a look. So this is coming from the space engineer. There is a vessel that's operating out in the Gulf of Mexico called the Haas Ridgewind. The Haas Ridgewind is a seaborne recovery vessel, right, with big crane on it. And it's been sitting out there where Booster 11 landed from the last Starship flight for some time. Interestingly enough. I don't think it's trying to recover Booster 11. That's what Space Engineer said in that post, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think it's most likely probably tending the SpaceX buoys or something, because we know they have that buoy cam, right? I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably doing that. I don't think that you're going to find any part of Booster 11 because it's at the bottom of the ocean.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Booster 11 still floating out there. Moochie the cat. What's the sea depth there? 2596. 96. 2596. All right, hang on. Google Earth saying the elevation is 376 feet, which is about 150 meters. 60 meters is about 200 feet. That's not too bad. The space engineer has satellite photos after that. Oh, yeah. All right, let's read. Vessel left Port Isabel weeks ago. During that departure, they seemed to be stationary about 15 kilometers offshore, seemingly a training exercise of what is currently occurring. During that exercise, divers were on the manifest. Yo. Could still be for buoys. Just saying. After that possible exercise, the vessel headed south to the Mexican port of Altamira. Stayed there for a few days and headed back north again. Ever since then, Haas Ridge wind has been hovering about 1.9 kilometers from the estimated landing location. Keyword estimate. There's a high likelihood that my estimation is not perfect to within 100 meters or so. The debris may have drifted a little bit. What is this? Hang on. Wrong key. Process multispectral SAR imaging. The aft crane appears to be over the starboard side in some form. Up to individual interpretation. I don't know, Engard. That's very interesting. Buoy maintenance wouldn't take as long as they've been there. They may be looking for something. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, J-Bolt. So yeah, your guess would be as good as mine, or better if you knew something about it. We did think someone might be trying to get it. That was Starship, Elfish. Project Azorian, anyone? It would pretty much be like that. How? Okay, I don't know anything about diving. Can you dive to 60 meters? That's a long way. Can we do that? Saturation divers? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, easy. So, yes, Cody, they can. Technical divers are 180 to 200 feet generally. Easily. Deep sea divers can go about 350. O2 saturation, I assume. Yeah, yep. They can't spend long down at that, but yeah. I mean, it's like EVAing, right? You don't want to get the bends. I know that, but yeah, divers wouldn't be doing much other than inspection. How big is this vessel? I mean, that vessel does not look big enough to do anything with the booster. You can go around 150 feet on just air tanks. Saturation divers go well over 1,000 below with special air mixtures. Oh, that's awesome. Nice, Panta. I don't see a diving bell. That could be an old picture. Diving activities are restricted to maximum depths of about 40 meters for recreational scuba, 530 meters, 1740 for commercial saturation diving, and 610 meters wearing atmospheric suits. Interesting. Well, within range for most of the Gulf. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. That's, curious. Good work by the space engineer. If anybody knows who that is, tell them awesome article. It's a great read. The continual satellite pings have been coming in with spaces of multiple minutes to multiple hours, but it has been at the same point for the past 4 days. These vessels are built for long missions. They all have adept crew accommodation. When the vessel returns, we'll be waiting. It is impossible to be 100% sure what is happening with situations like these, but less than 2 kilometers from the estimated splashdown site for multiple days, very oddly specific job for a vessel with recovery capabilities. Could they be trying to recover engines? Detaching them, Brandon, would be very hard to do underwater. It's a hard thing to do when you're not underwater. Interesting. They could be checking the hot staging ring for fish remains. Do you know where the SpaceX buoy is? I have no idea, J-Volt. No. How much would the smart bottom chunk of the booster weigh? I don't know, Bill, but booster 11 basically landed. It splashed down and then it tipped over. So I would guess that it's relatively intact unless SpaceX triggered the flight termination system and blew it in half, in which case it's in a bunch of pieces at the bottom of the ocean. In which case, I don't know. Can you imagine if they pulled the engine section out? That would be nuts. Unrelated space question. I know we're talking about rockets, but why is it we know Proxima Centauri is 4.37 light years away, but Betelgeuse is 50 to 700? Why no accurate number? It could be because of the light, Sid. It's probably because of how dim or how bright it is and what light band it's emitting on. It might not be on the visible spectrum. I don't know. I don't know astronomy that well, dude. It's probably because of the light, if I had to guess. Maybe another one of Jeff Bezos' deep sea recovery missions. Here's a diagram of the ship. There's one here. What's the beam? 260 feet. That's a big ship. Get this book and have some stories. Oh, cool. I'll click. It's 260 feet, guys. That's big enough, to be honest with you. How tall is Super Heavy without its hot staging ring? It's about 220. But you have too much stuff amidships here. Unless they moved it. I swear if that thing pulls up with Super Heavy intact, it's not, but if it did, that would be crazy. Could also tow it. I mean, okay, you guys tell me. I don't know anything about deep sea recovery operations. I that's just out of my wheelhouse, but I do know that you have inflatable bags on things. You could float stuff up from the bottom. That's a hard thing to do. It's not impossible, right? But they could attach in an inflatable bag. Like you basically bring it down there and you attach it in certain spots. You inflate the bags and it'll float the booster up and then they tow it in. Provided it's already been safed and its tanks are depressurized. It's not really going to be that much of a hazard bringing that into Port of Brownsville. Yeah, Raymond, it'd be good information to get. I mean, the FAA, you're not going to fly anytime soon. You might as well go do that. Got to break the suction, then it gets easier. Yeah. Project Azorian, man. I remember that. Saturation divers can stay at pressure for weeks at a time. If they were going to recover it, wouldn't they have done it when it was just after flight? Well, J-Vold, I'm thinking they're doing it because they're kind of running out of things to do. I think they're running out of things to do because of this whole FAA fiasco. Who sent this ship? Don't know. It's contracted, whoever it is. But yeah, that is a pretty big vessel, guys. It's a pretty big ship. Want to get a good idea for scale here? Look at this top down of the bow of the ship. Look at all the rooms. Those rooms aren't tiny. I mean, look at the conference room, or that could be the mess. It's probably the mess if I had to guess. Right? Like there's a good amount of space here. Yes, there are bags to lift stuff up. They could also use a boom lift. They could use rovers deep under the water to set up all the rigging needed to bring stuff up. Dude, if they pulled that booster, that would be nuts. Cody, I want to believe. How much would salt water have degraded the structure of the booster? It's stainless. Should be fine. When does a ship become a vessel? It becomes a vessel when it's nuclear. Bob? Why do I have to tell you this? Gosh. Yeah, so there's the bridge deck, 01, forecastle, and then the main deck. Forecastle deck annex. Yeah, this is a big vessel, dude. It's a big ship. Yeah, that's not... This is kind of misleading. This is a huge vessel. That's pretty big. It's a pretty big one. Anyway. Cool. That's some awesome stuff to check. What are we looking at? Grimlock, we were looking at a blueprint of a ship that is just sitting out there around the Booster 11 landing site. Can I have a banana for scale? Here. You gonna take it or? What happened to the Chromanana? Not Chroma anymore. Oh yeah, I heard about them recovering it. You know, we don't know, but aside from floating and towing it in, there's also the whole thing about using a big chain to saw through a wreck and make it manageable chunks. Well, Aqualix, if they triggered the flight termination system, that already did it for you. Right? Like if it landed and then it popped over, like it fell over on its side intact and they blew it, right? You don't have to worry about that. It's already in chunks, right? That's why Bill suggested maybe could they pick up the engine section. That's what I'll be 100% real with you guys. That's what I would be after. I would want the propulsion. Yeah, I'd want the prop just because that's probably where you're going to learn the most. But yeah, who knows? Can you imagine if it's in one piece? Peter Beck update. All right. We got an update on the Electron mission that scrubbed an hour ago. All right. Today's launch attempt. Experience a safe on-pad abort. Just an abort triggered by a piece of ground support equipment not reaching its target in the allocated time. We like everything on the ground to be just as happy as everything in the sky. Interesting. So, yeah, you called it, man. Yeah, Phil, you called it, dude. GSE. Pad hasn't been used in 2 years. Yep. Game question. Have you messed with Astronauts yet? I don't even know what that game is, Moochie. Marcon, did you answer? Because now I'm actually kind of wondering. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Anyway. Actually, you know what? I don't want to share that. It's a heavy space simulator early access, like Sims Dwarf Fortress in space. Interesting. All right, here. Let's keep going. What else do we got? Sierra Space. Our company is leading the charge in innovative soft goods technology as we build the world's first commercial space station. Our versatile product offering will include the largest expandable habitation ever, Life 5000. Life 5000 is using a 9-meter fairing. Life 1400 is using a 7-meter fairing. Life 500 is using a 5-meter fairing. Life 285 is using a 5-meter fairing. All right. Why did I bother to mention that? 5-meter fairings for 500 and 285. Falcon 9. Falcon 9, Vulcan, Ariane 6. It could fit in all those fairings. 7-meter fairing, New Glenn or Starship. 9-meter fairing, Starship. It's not a coincidence. These sizes aren't a coincidence, guys. Also, I want to point out that Sierra Space has been doing a lot of testing for portholes in their inflatable modules, which are working pretty well, actually. These are inflatable habs, yes. That's why you have a fairing diameter and then an actual diameter. Yep. That's a 10-meter expansion, which is pretty crazy. That's awesome, dude. I really would like to see that. As somebody that was a BA 2100 fan, please do that. Cool. That's really cool stuff coming from Sierra. All right. So another thing from Sierra Space, we've successfully completed thermal vacuum testing of our carbothermal oxygen production reactor at NASA Johnson, marking the first extraction of oxygen from simulated lunar soil using an automated standalone system in a lunar environment. What? No, that's Bigelow did, Brandon. Yeah. They have Beam. Beam was transferred over to NASA when Bigelow folded because of COVID. They pulled oxygen from the dirt? From simulated lunar regolith. What does that mean? Man, screw Axiom. Sierra Space is my new best friend. Interesting. Assuming they only opened the tanks and sunk it, you could also theoretically just go down, plug the vents, and drain it. Yeah, that'd be a complicated thing to do underwater, though, Ray, yeah? There's a huge amount of oxygen in the lunar regolith. Regolith has a bunch of oxides. Do you ever see the stuff about Blue Alchemist? No, Savvy. How deep did the Apollo astronauts actually dig to get samples? About that much. Blue Alchemist powers our future lunar future. Blue Origin is making solar cells and transmission wire from regolith simulants. Dude, Savvy, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. You think Blue is only working on New Glenn, you're out of your mind. They're working on everything. There's a reason that company is 10,000 people at it. $14,000? Man, they're as big as SpaceX. Most of the Earth's mantle is silicon oxide, tons of oxygen, so I'm guessing something similar with the lunar regolith. Yeah, Twitch chat seems to be saying the same thing, Snake. That's really cool. I didn't really kind of realize that. I always, like I kind of thought of, it's probably, like Mars has iron oxides. I knew that, right? But yeah, I was thinking like you could, like if you're going to the moon, you need the ice, right? But the scope of things Blue is working on is wild. It's pretty insane, Savvy. And Jeff is running the company, and he's hell-bent on doing all these things, which is just okay. Okay. Didn't realize I was 5 minutes behind. All right, I was keeping up with you. Buddy. Can I endorse your hopium? Oh gosh, what is this? He's very involved too. No, you could tell just from Timmy's video, dude. Just from Tim's video. Jeff knows every bit of that damn rocket. Just like Elon knows every bit of his rocket. Like that's super cool, man. That's super freaking cool that we have 2 billionaires that are hell-bent on colonizing space. That's pretty neat. I don't hate that. That's pretty cool. Actually, 3 if you include Isaacman. I think we'll rope him in with that company. Yeah, that's fair. It sounds so backwards to produce oxygen from rocks. Yeah, Snake, it kind of messed with my head for a second. I'm like, wait, what? I'm tracking the ship that's near the Booster 11 landing site. There is a tug and special craft right next to the recovery ship. Dude, if they put EJ Hopium says they're gonna try to get the booster. It's very unlikely, but I want to believe. I got a guy that goes to the place that I work at, and he's working hard right now. Now, there you go, Doc. It's also a really cool way to mine metals. All right, Helzekin, what's this? This is from Chrome Kiwi. Here's a concept of the new Pad B launch table. SpaceX will need faster turnaround, unlike the fixed OLM with many parts. Something like this is a refined portable table, quicker to build out and maintain off-site. Less hold-down clamps, failure points, and rainbirds for more water. Keep in mind, this is just a concept from Chrome Kiwi, but yeah. Do we know what Jeff's ultimate goal is? Blue Origin's stated goal, Wrecker, is to learn how to live and work in space and how to basically build cities in space. So you know how SpaceX is like hell-bent on getting us to Mars. And making making a colony on Mars. That's what SpaceX is all about. Blue Origin's all about making a colony in space. Jeff Bezos wants to place city skylines in low Earth orbit. Dude, that's his words, not mine. Well, not the city skylines part, but that's what their goal is. Oh, jeez. If Primo wanted to go, think like only if we could come back. An O'Neill cylinder. That's what Jeff wants to do. Yeah. Interesting. I don't think the launch plate, like Chrome Kiwi, it might look like this, but the inspiration here is obviously from the Starship test stand, right? I think it's going to be a full box. I think the bottom of this being flat makes a lot more sense, like a mobile launcher platform. I think it's going to look... I think it'll look a lot more like an MLP, like that. Only with a gigantic big hole in the center, and probably not that big. It's probably going to be about half the size. I also think that the booster quick disconnect will not be on the mount. MLP, My Little Pony, mobile launcher platform. We'll see that on the NSF South Padre Cam coming into the port channel. That's right, Brandon, we will. Unfortunately, our lifetime's Andrew Ryan is probably atomic matter near the Titanic. Oh, man. Oh, man. No comment. Okay, speaking of that, here's an RGB picture of the pilings that SpaceX has put, not the pilings, these are the walls, the retaining walls that the temporary retaining walls that they're going to put in to dig the flame trench for Pad B. Interesting that there is a... see this kind of loop right here? That's interesting. I think there might be a clue there as to how they're going to move that mobile launcher platform into position. The MLP will basically go to right around here. And they've definitely started digging out the flame trench. Sheet piles, I think, yeah. Hold on a second. Is something's pouring concrete? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's disconnected at the level that... I see it right there. Yeah. Cool. So, guys, I've noticed something. Look, it's very clear that this is going to be a platform of some kind, and then this is going to be the trench. But if you look, check this out. Look right up next to the OLM, or not the OLM, the tower base. There's already a bunch of concrete poured right there. You see that? It's poured right up to the retaining wall. What's interesting is that slab of concrete looks to be about the exact same size of a slab of concrete that goes over here, which also looks to be about the exact same width of an SPMT. Just saying. Like double SPMTs. Because I'm always thinking, like, how the heck are you going to get this thing? How are you going to move this platform there? Well, there you go. There's your tracks for it. Right there and right there. Heck, if we go look at KSC, let me show you. There's a similar thing going on here with pad 39A and 39B. Well, more 39B nowadays, but if you look, see the slabs, those heavy concrete slabs that are down on either side of this flame trench at 39B. That's where the crawler transporter comes in. It's where the crawler transporter comes in and drops it underneath. It drops it down on the launch pegs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So knowing what we know about those launch pegs, right? From these RGV pictures, go support RGV. RGV's a good dude. If we go and look at Zach, right? Let's try that. Nope, that didn't bring up anything. Let me see if RGV has a picture of it. SpaceX taking tips from 39A design. I would be wondering the pegs on that mobile. Okay, let me load up Chrome Kiwi stuff here. So these things, see these posts that they're building there? What's the width? What's the width of those things? We can probably get some clues as to what this thing looks like here. Relative. I don't know why CSI Starbase didn't pop up, but Zach has that. See, right there. See what I'm talking about? What's the width? Do you think they might be duplicating the existing crawlerway design, a prototype launch pad that can be duplicated at KSC? Yes, I do, actually. Yes, that's exactly what I think they're doing, Bill. I'm telling you, I've been saying this for a long time, dude. That's the theme of today's stream. I've been saying this forever. People have been saying I'm hoping. I told you. Swappable OLMs make sense. That makes sense. That's a good idea. It makes sense. It favors a design that makes it easy to change the OLM if you need to A, make a design change, or B, if a booster lands on it. Right? It makes sense. That's pretty damn smart. See, I'm really wondering, guys. I'm wondering now. It's made sense since the static fire in IFT1 having pad refurb time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me draw a diagram out. The reason why I'm trying to figure this out. What's the width here? What's the width between these posts comparatively to the flame trench from RGV's pictures, right? Because so Rocket Guy, check this out, dude. Hi, by the way. If we go and look at RGV up here, right? Look at that close up, right? Look. It's very clear that something is going right here that's going to be very heavy. That's why they have the retaining walls in place. That looks a lot like how NASA built the crawlerway, particularly the part on 39B where the crawler is going on top of the pad. So the part that doesn't have river rock, right? This part. See what I'm talking about? So the reason why I'm wondering about the diameter of those pegs, right, is because so the crawler transporters, the pegs are on the outside. So it's really super wide. SpaceX will probably most likely move this via SBMT if they're building it at Sanchez, right? It's got to be something that fits down Highway 4. So what I'm wondering here is where are the pegs in location? Where are these pegs in location in reference to that? Are they on the inside? Because if the pegs, so like, look. So 39, if we're looking at a side profile, right? 39 has your mobile launcher platform. You have your crawler transporter underneath it, and the pegs are right here, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. Let's go star. That's not an R. What happened to that R? Right? So if those if the pad's right here, right? So the crawler transporter pads are right here, and then your trench is right there, right? If those pegs are the same width as the trench, which they look to be, the pegs are on the inside in this design, right? So that means your pegs are right here, and your trench is like that, which means that SpaceX's platform is going to look something like this. Or at the very least, it's going to look something like that. See what I'm talking about? Plus, you can use the HIF for integration if you wanted, potentially. You can see them in the distance. You might be able to compare it to the truck. Yeah, it's not a good enough measurement. See what I'm talking about, guys? We got it, Meister. Yeah, Peter Beck. Something went wrong with the pad. So SpaceX's launcher, like going back and looking at Chrome Kiwis, right? And not to say that Chrome Kiwi did a bad job. It wouldn't look like this. There's no place for an SPMT to pick this up. There's no place for an SPMT to move it. Because a self-propelled modular transporter is not going to drive down into the trench to set this thing down. They don't work like that. They're going to have to drive here and here. So they're going to have to pick it up from the sides. So your SPMTs would be right here and right there. The other thing I would look for, the other thing I'd be interested to know is, you know, that's a 60-foot flame trench, right? So 18 meter, okay? The other thing I'd be interested to look at is how wide is SpaceX's flame trench? If it's 18 meters, I think we might be onto something. Or they use a movable platform like at Massey's. How do they transport that though, Phil? I'd have to watch them transporting that thing. Ah, dang it, we don't have a picture yet. Unless we do, in which case, nope, no pictures just yet. Yeah, how wide are we talking here? That looks to be about 60 feet, guys. Probably a little bit, about 18 meters, maybe. I mean, look at the equipment. Gosh, dang it, Bobby. Look at the plastic barriers in the photo for scale. In the other photo, yeah. We could use the tower as reference. Hold on. Hold on a second here. It's a weird shot, but we could, if we went from there. Tower's about 12 meters across. It's 18 meters. I'm pretty damn sure. So if we put the tower right there, it would be right to about here. That's an 18-meter flame trench. Guys, that's not a coincidence. There's no way. That's not a coincidence. The same exact flame trench design, or the same exact flame trench width, it's not a coincidence, dude. They move it like this. Let me see. Epilepsy warning. Yeah, Phil, I see, but you're not going to be able to do this when there's a gigantic 18-meter flame trench below you. You can't do this. You'd have to carry it out here and out here. Dude, that's an 18-meter flame trench. All right, it's confirmational bias on my part because I've said SpaceX is going to use 39A in the VAB for Starship for a long time. It just happens to be the exact same width. And they just happen to switch to a mobile launcher platform that just ends up looking a lot like 39A using launch pegs that look like 39As. It's not a coincidence, man. I said it. Those pegs look exactly like the ones at 39. Massey's has a movable platform. Yeah, maybe, Phil. I don't know. You're going to put SPMTs and all that on a movable platform? Those OLMs are heavy, dude. Very heavy. It's a big piece of equipment. Look at the rails at the top of that image. Where? Rails? No. No way. No, there's no way. How the schnozberries are you going to do that? I'd make some sort of joke about shuttles, man seeing shuttle man seeing shuttle things, but that's Apollo tech, so I agree. It is Apollo tech. And Savvy, for what it's worth, the shuttle is a bastardization of Apollo tech. Yeah, there, I said it. Even though I love it and it's an amazing launch vehicle, it kills me to see mobile launcher platforms and a fixed surface structure at Complex 39. I don't like that at all. The more you know. They have new footage for the launch table over in Sanchez. What you're looking for is the static fire flame trench footings. Yeah, I know, Brendan. I'm talking about the orbital pad, not the suborbital one, even though we looked at some suborbital stuff. And that's the less of the bastardization of the shuttle. Down the darkest timeline we go. Oh, God. So, fellas, here's my question then. All right, say that is what they're doing, and say they have a movable platform to move in place, right? Say they have a big old movable platform. Where does that work in this architecture? Honest question. Where does that work? How does that happen? Where does that movable platform go to? Because the movable platform is going to have to bridge a span from here to here, and it's going to have to slide back and forth. The pad is going to be right here. That pad's going to be right there where that ends. So are they going to put the SPMTs onto the platform and then move the damn platform and then set the thing down? Those orange jersey barriers should be about 6 feet long. Oh, all right, we have that open. Six, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. That's only 8. It's 8 to 9 meters. That's not, see, that's not big enough. How does this, see, that's where my question really lies here. How the heck does this jive with an 18-meter flame trench? See what I'm talking about, guys? That's weird. It has to be, they're going to have to pick it up from the sides, unless you have some type of movable platform right here But the length of the trench doesn't allow for that big of a platform. That's weird, man. I have questions now. I'm super interested to see how this unfolds. That's actually going to be really cool. In the shuttle's defense, there's only so much you can do. You can move. But you're moving your rocket with fuel in it. Yeah, right. Guys, see, this is not a coincidence, man. That's 18 meters, man. That's a 60-foot trench. Dang it, trench isn't made yet in this picture. Balls. There's a huge flame bucket right here nowadays. Like a big hole in the ground. Here's how it looks when it's open. Wait a minute. 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 That is Massey. Oh, that's what you guys were trying to tell me. Oh, geez, I'm stupid. Oh my goodness. I thought this was Sanchez, guys. Sorry about that. My bad. Crap. Well, I mean, if that's the same exact size, then I'm confused. What is Zach saying? Can you see it? All available evidence points towards a mobile launch mount for Starship Orbital Launch Pad B. First images, the pedestals likely to be used for Pad B launch mount assembly. Second image, Massey static fire test stand pedestals. I should have read something. Rip the hopium. But okay, all right. Now that I have my head completely out of my butt, are you gonna kick my butt? Now, okay, look at Zach's picture right here, guys. That's not 18 meters. That's not 18 meters. So that's cool. That Massey's. I didn't realize that Massey's had a slab that moves back and forth on rails. That's actually super trick. I think that's really neat. I think that's super cool. Yeah, Zach's the freaking man, dude. Yeah, Zach's good people. I know that, dude. So here's the thing. That's about 9 meters. No, we know that's 9 meters because of Starship. So this is about, what would you guys say? 10 meter across, maybe 11, 12. That still doesn't fill in the blanks here for an 18 meter gap right here. And once again, where's that plate going this time? Because remember, fellas, pad is right here. That's where the pad's going to go per the tower placement. It's got to be right here. See what I'm talking about? It has to be right in this area here. So how are they going to get that on there? Are they going to make it slide this way, maybe? It's possible. But also at the same time, why do this then? Why put this big wall here? Why put that big wall right there? Why have these gigantic retaining walls here? Why do that? Why put these footings in there? Why do this way? I'd have to see how they made that thing. Water, maybe? Yeah. Everything is kind of suggesting that they're going to drive in this way here. But then again, yeah, if they make something like this, right, that plate that can slide back and forth, right? If they do something like that that can slide this way, then it makes a lot of sense. The cutout could be for cryopipes or water for the deluge, yeah. Massey's is a small scale version. It's needed to handle 6 Raptors versus the OLM with 33. Yep. No, not much repair, yeah. See, guys, yeah, okay. I might be shuttle man looking for shuttle things, but the way this is all set up is not a coincidence, dude. And it's definitely not a coincidence that it just happens to be the same size as 39A's Flame Trench. They're both 18 meters. They're both about 60 feet across, from what I can tell. I mean, it's an estimation, but it looks pretty damn close. The booster comes down in that section, right? So Flame Trench for landing? Maybe. So, like, here, just... if we're looking at 39B, right? The tower in this would be right here. The catch tower. So, like, take this picture, right? And kind of do that with it. The tower would be right in this area here. And if you look at how the concrete is slabbed right there, right? And it's slabbed on either side to be able to hold the crawler transporter with the mobile launcher on it up, right? See how it's slabbed? Look. Next to the tower, right there, slabbed concrete. Same thing. Look, it's right down to, you know, where the retaining piece is. A little bit of a margin. Right? Because that's not where whatever you're making or whatever's going to move this is going to move. And then you have heavy slabbed concrete right there. We know because they poured it with the tower. Right? And it goes all the way back over there. It goes back to... not all the way, but close. And this just happens to be the same size as that over there. It just happens to be the exact same size. It's not a coincidence, dude. That's that. Look, it's the same thing, man. See, you got the heavy slabbed concrete, and then there's a little bit of a gap, and then there's the wall. I would know. I've walked right where my mouse cursor is. I've seen this up close. Yeah, Andrew, a lot of people don't know. Complex 39 is not built for the Saturn V. It's built for Nova. It's built for a 10-meter core. And SpaceX has a 9-meter core. Like I said, this is not a coincidence, dude. SpaceX is pulling ideas from Apollo. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen them pull ideas from past NASA stuff. Like, it ain't the first time. Nova, now I'm sad. Starship is basically Nova. Whatever. It's fine. Don't be sad. Starship's a beast, and it's going to happen, too. That's the best part. And New Glenn is a Saturn 1B. It's a Saturn 1B that's reusable. It's fantastic. I'll take it, man. That's fine. We just got to whip SLS into shape and we're good to go. I just say use the chopsticks to lift the mount into place. Right? That's not a bad idea. That actually isn't a bad idea. You think? But 9 F1s, 33 Raptor engines is still good. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want 9 F1s firing, but 33 Raptors is pretty sweet. Any word yet from Electron? GSE problems, Teague. Now that you say that, I'm back on the Hope train. More of a Jebstone 1B kind of guy. Nice. Jebstone's a good rocket, man. It's a good rocket. Guys, okay, so this, see, either way, the 18-meter flame trench kind of reinforces the idea that I have that I honestly think that, so we know over at 39A, which SpaceX has the lease for, they got rid of see those posts right there for the Starship pad? They got rid of it. They got rid of those. Those aren't there anymore. They took them off. I honestly think that this tower, the Starship tower that's there, is going to find its way right here. Honestly, I really think that's going to happen. It'll eventually they'll take it apart and they'll put it back together over here if they haven't poured the concrete in it already. If they poured the concrete in it already, then we're kind of boned. But whatever. They didn't fill it with concrete then. Well, I hope they wouldn't. Well, yeah, actually, if they took the posts down, then they didn't, right? I think they're gonna put this tower here because I think SpaceX is shaping up to use the crawler way. And the crawler transporter. Either that or just SPMTs. Whatever. I think SpaceX wants to store starships in the VAB because you're not going to put a stack together in there. Makes no sense. But if you did set it up to be able to have the provisions to work with an 18-meter flame trench, you could use the crawler transporter to move stuff right to the pad. Think about a crawler transporter with like 4 or 5 OLMs on top of it with 4 or 5 super heavies on top of that. It could probably move that. Let's say 4. Just because. Or you have 2 orbital launch mounts and you have your super heavy directly attached to that stupid thing, right? Right? 2 orbital launch mounts, 2 super heavies, and then 2 Starship transport stools and 2 starships on it. Crawler transporter could move 2 Starship stacks with the OLMs. Sure, why not? It can move 15 million pounds. Yeah, it'll do it. It can move, what is that, 7 million tons? Yeah, it can, yeah, it could do it. No problem. It's designed to move an entire launch pad. It could move a couple of super heavies. Wait, it wasn't built for the Saturn V, but a larger rocket than the Saturn V? It's built for Saturn Nova, James, which was a 10-meter core, or not a 10-meter core, 12-meter core Saturn V derived rocket that had 9 F1 engines in the first stage. Yep. It was basically an S1D. That's what it would have been called if I'm remembering correctly. And then on top of that, they would have had an S1C, like a Saturn V, but that S1C would have been, it would have been using H1 engines, a Hydrolox version of the F1, which did get made. And then the third stage is an S2, and then the fourth stage is an S4B on top of that. Nova was designed for, yeah. Here, I'll show you. It only went to, it really only went to like concept. They didn't get much past that, but here's an early picture. (39A) and (39B's) flame trenches are built for that. You know how I know? 50-foot diameter on a 60-foot flame trench. That's right. That's sized correctly. That's a correctly sized flame trench. You don't need a big flame trench. Yeah, so for the metric people, Saturn V is a 10-meter diameter. This is like 12 to 14. It's insane. It would have been awesome, dude. Would have been amazing. Would have been amazing. But, like I said, SpaceX just all of a sudden is using an 18-meter flame trench. It's not a coincidence, dudes. I'm sorry. It's not a coincidence. Why pick an 18-meter flame trench? Why? Why a 60-foot flame trench for a 33-foot rocket? Doesn't make sense. Yes, but why would they need that? Who? SpaceX or Apollo? Apollo needed Nova because it was supposed to go to... believe it or not, the Apollo program wasn't supposed to go to Mars. It was supposed to build a colony on a research outpost on the moon. Basically, they were going to build something like the ISS on the moon, and you need something like Nova to do that, right? You could do it with the Saturn V, but the Saturn V would only be able to land a couple landers in a golf cart, like the Apollo missions. You needed a bigger rocket to move substantial infrastructure out there. From there, Apollo would build a base on the moon, and then where they wanted to go in the late 70s was Venusian flybys. They wanted to go to Venus, believe it or not. They didn't want to go to Mars. The Apollo program's next celestial body target was not Mars, it was Venus. Yeah. How did they want to do that? A Skylab. Yep. Skylab. They wanted to send a Skylab on a trans-Venusian injection trajectory and do a Venus flyby with crew on board. Basically put a space station module where the LEM was supposed to be, shoots it off on a Venus injection. The CSM turns around just like it did during Apollo, docks to the top of the S4B with this basically a big space station HAB module that's about the size of Skylab, and yeah, just go on a long duration mission to Venus and back. Yep. Yep. Crude, how are they getting home? Same way they got back from the moon. Here, hold on. You guys want to see nuts? The manned Venus flyby was the coolest thing ever. And it would have, like I said, you would have utilized basically something like Skylab. So here, this is a picture from Matt Crawford. Check this out. So you would have had your CSM, just like you did during the Apollo missions. And then in your vehicle staging adapter, right here, instead of the LEM being right there, it's a space station module in its place, a conic space station module. That conic space station module, it goes into the hydrogen tank on the S4B and converts it into a space station. Because after you do the trans-Venusian injection with your S4B, it's dead. You don't need it anymore. Now, when they were going to the moon, this thing would attach to the lander, separate, and they would use the CSM's propulsion to circularize around the moon. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that here. You can inert the S4B and go from there. Polaris 2 should do this. I think Polaris 2 should do this with Starship, but whatever. Yeah, it's an awesome idea. And Skylab is the closest we got to that. Skylab was basically the technology demonstrator for doing this. Skylab wasn't just some freaking pokey space station. I mean, it kind of was, but Skylab was basically supposed to be a long-duration transfer vehicle. Now, keep in mind, the Skylab prototypes here, right? Skylab prototype is a dry workshop. Basically, they launched it with no fuel in it. But there's a reason why this thing has all these grates on it and stuff that look like baffles. They look like baffles. If you look at the inside, everything is screened and stuff. You know why? Because it's gonna be what's called a wet workshop. Basically, fill your space station module up with propellant. Physically fill up the habitable areas with propellant, right? And just use it like a regular stage. And then when you get up there, you inert the stage, right? Drain any residual propellants out, pump it full of nitrogen and oxygen, and boom, you got a space station module. Wet workshops were a Von Braun idea, but if you look at Skylab, look. That looks like fuel tank baffles to me. Skylab was a prototype for this. It was a prototype for the design. Yeah, there's also the wiki. Yeah, this was the other thing I was looking for, dude. I didn't see it in the search, but yeah. See? And all your consumables and all your extra life support systems that you'd need to repress this module, it's already it's in here. You can carry a ton of consumables in here. I mean, 25 tons worth of consumables easily. Yeah, dude, Von Braun was not just thinking about going to the moon. That's why it is a travesty that they got rid of the Apollo program and replaced it with the shuttle. The shuttle is a piece of junk compared to this architecture. Like, and I'm saying that as someone that loves the space shuttle. It is absolute dog crap compared to this. This is awesome. I would trade the shuttle program for this. Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Every day of the week. Yeah, shuttle program sucks compared to that. Having a wet lab instead of a hydrogen tank is a super sketchy idea. Hydrogen embrittlement, contamination of propellant, and FOD is a crazy risk. Lost Kerbal, are you really going to look at the Apollo engineers, the people that figured out how to put somebody on the moon in less than a decade, and tell them that you can't do something like that? They would probably be like, yeah, no, we'll figure it out. You can, yeah, whatever. It's fine. We'll figure it out. And they probably would, because that's how we used to do things. Frick that, man. Hydrogen embrittlement. Fine. Make it out of something that doesn't get embrittled by hydrogen. We'll put it on a Saturn V. It's a beast. Don't worry about it. An 18-meter wide flame trench designed for a 12 to 13-meter diameter vehicle. 12-meter diameter Starship. My beloved. Like I said, Ray, it ain't a coincidence. And again, thank you, Nixon. Yeah, you can't put it all on Nixon, Shogun. It's not all his fault. Johnson was already gutting Apollo and setting it up to fail. Yeah. Yeah, he was already doing that. They started defunding Apollo on, well, he was still there. Trust me, he wanted to ramp it down, and Nixon just carried it out. That's what happened. And then, I mean, the space shuttle's pretty cool. But if I have to choose between that and the shuttle, I'm taking that. And see, like, here's the thing, dude. We should do that with SLS. We should do this with SLS. NASA's really worried about, oh, we don't have a commercial low Earth orbit option, bro. Just do that. Just do that. Do that. Design the station to be up there for a decade. It's fine. Just do this. Do this with SLS, with a Block 1B. Do it. It's fine. It'll work. It'll work. SLS core to the station would be wild. Dude, just launch an SLS core and use the hydrogen or even just the ox tank. Use the ox tank as a freaking space station. I don't know. Or just take another liquid oxygen tank if we're worried about hydrogen and oxygen embrittlement and all this other stuff. Just take a LOX tank and put it on top of an SLS core and then give it a propulsion element. Or put it where the EUS should be. And have Orion grab the thing and tote it up into space after main engine cutoff. Do basically what you did with Skylab. It's not a bad idea, man. Could make a really nice space station doing that. I like the space program, but spending billions and billions during the 1970s depression wasn't going to work. Having a few decades to get better material science isn't necessarily bad. Yeah, but we didn't spend billions and billions of dollars, Teague, during the 70s. We spent them during the 60s. And if we wanted to recoup that investment in any way, shape, or form, we would have kept using the multi-billion-dollar rocket we developed using that. Just saying. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Speaking of space station architecture, this is coming from Will Robinson Smith at Spaceflight Now. Let's see. This is during our update on commercial low Earth orbit development at the NACHEO meeting. NASA's Robin Gatens shares the following slides regarding the accomplishment and upcoming milestones from both funded and unfunded commercial stations. This is the Blue Origin developments. Blue Origin's working on their orbital reef stuff. Cool. Scheduling milestones, baby. It looks blue. It does, yeah, it does look blue, though. All right. Starlab, the addition of the MDA Space Academy to Mitsubishi Japan to Starlab joint venture. Completed launch vehicle mission integration review, milestone in June. HITL assessment, design increment, and Cygnus upgrade. I'm telling you. Cygnus. Cygnus upgrades PDR milestones in July and Habitat structural testing article PDR in September. Nice. How do you slide? Run and hold C, Katra. Canada mention. Canada mention. Oh yeah, bud. Oh, look at you. You guys got mentioned there. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna be working on this space station module, bud. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. You're gonna be working with NASA. You know, NASA, rocket people. Maybe you heard of them. What's Cygnus? Design increment in and Cygnus upgrades PDR. And Cygnus up. I guess they're gonna send Cygnus to this thing. Starlab is launching on Starship, by the way, and it will be resupplied by Cygnus. Oh my god! Oh yeah, you freaking hoser! What isn't it, dude? I'm telling you. Cygnus is just going to eclipse every other spacecraft. In the future, it's going to be like, oh yeah, Starship is launching up into space. What is it going to be refueled by? Cygnus. What is it going to be resupplied by? Cygnus. What are we going to Mars? Cygnus. What's going to replace the ISS? Cygnus. How are we going to get Gateway to work? Cygnus. Cygnus is just, it's the cockroach of spacecraft. It's not going anywhere. It's just going to survive. It's just going to keep surviving. I like your left eyebrow. Thank you. That's a little strange, but all right. It's 2055 and the B-52X air launches a Cygnus. Yes. Oh boy. Okay, what else do we got? This is vast. Haven 1 continues at an accelerated pace with launch planned second half of 2025. Recent milestones, Haven 1 PDR, window pressure testing, solar array deployment test, fabrication of the Haven 1 primary structural pathfinder. That's what that thing is. Solar panels, window pressure test. There we go. Need a new service module for Starliner. Cygnus. You know what, Andrew? That's my favorite one. I actually like that idea. That's a good idea. We should do that. It's the American Soyuz. Yes, it is. Cygnus just will exist. It'll just keep existing. That's awesome. Need a new service module. That's pretty funny, dude. Okay. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Haven 1, we're starting to get components here. That's good. What are these? Starship is progressing towards full reusability, having recently completed its fourth flight test on June 6th, which demonstrated launch and intact re-entry of both Starship and Super Heavy. Raptor 3, yep. Flight 5, regular project management review planned for CY24. Polaris Dawn private crewed mission, Fram 2 private crewed mission. Okay, cool, sweet. Todd Howard likes Cygnus. Oh God, now it's gonna break. No. What is Flight 5? Starship Flight 5, James. Okay, cool. Neat. That's good stuff. I always said, guys, like, you know, anybody can make computer graphics. Show me the hardware. See, even though that's a Pathfinder, but show me the hardware. The more you see the flight hardware, the more you'll get a good idea of how close this project is to being completed. Like, look at Haven. So Haven has a lot of the critical components: doors, windows, solar panels, stuff like that. A structural pathfinder. That stuff is all pretty much in the works. These are high fidelity testing articles. You know why? They look like they belong in space, right? Right? They're aiming to launch about in a little over, I don't know, 14, 15 months. Yeah, that's about enough time to fabricate a space station module. Consider if you've done all your testing correctly. You never say that when talking about Blue. What do you mean I never say that when talking about Blue? When will the first Buckies be on Mars? When you ask better questions. Nothing is certain except death, taxes, and Cygnus. Probably Ben Franklin watching the 100th Cygnus launch. Just wait, things are ramping up like crazy. I don't remember saying that about Blue Stelfar, to be honest with you. I've always said that Blue has a lot of hardware they're just not showing us until very recently. Oh, I've seen and Tim's video should be a pretty good indication that I was right in that regard. Just saying. Anyway, speaking of flight hardware, this is coming from Firefly. Check this out. Tim the Sun Times Weatherman. Yes. Firefly, built on legacy, engineered for our future. Our Miranda engine in development utilizes the same tap-off cycle architecture as our Reaver engine with scaled-up turbopump fluid system and valve tech. This flight-proven design gives us added reliability, increased performance, and 5 times the thrust from Reaver to Miranda. Yep. Blue just has renders in a cardboard tube for a rocket. Nothing has been put into orbit. Peter Beck with Neutron has far better chances of success. You stop. You're making a fool of yourself. You stop. Just stop. What's that then? Huh? What is that? Cardboard tube? That don't look like no cardboard tube to me, man. What's that? What's that then? Hopes and dreams? That don't look like hopes and dreams. Is this the part where you're typing, yeah, but they haven't launched anything into orbit yet? Cope harder. If you're typing that, just don't. Stop. Just stop. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah. How the heck did SpaceX make Raptor 3 look so simple compared to like every other engine? Slackster, fluid management, passive fluid management systems instead of valves. All the pipes on Raptor 3 are shaped in a very particular way for a very good particular reason. Yeah, they're using mechanical logic instead of electronic or pneumatic logic with valves. It's the fluid management systems on Raptor that make it simple. Hyperbole, but my point stands. Yeah, how did I know? Neutron will make it to orbit before Blue. Are you... I just showed you the rocket that's like basically good to go, and you think Neutron, which is a bunch of prototypes. How can you be so sure? I don't understand. You think Blue will manage their first try? Yes. Why wouldn't they? Do you somehow think that launching a rocket on a suborbital trajectory and bringing it back down is like way simpler than launching something into orbit? Look, man, if you can land a rocket pinpoint from like 350,000 feet up and land it with like sub-meter precision, your trajectory, your GNC people are good enough to get something into space. Like, I don't understand. Where like, hey, Suze, what's up, man? Like, dude, they're gonna make it. They're absolutely gonna make it. Like, I firmly believe that they will fly and it'll get there on the first try. Like, it absolutely will. And you remember, BE-4 engines are flight proven at this point because they launched on Vulcan. Like, dude, their pad for New Glenn is ready to go. Dude. Here, take a look. This is from back in July. Look, pad's ready to go, dude. So, 5 months, 5, huh? Stall there. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, dude, you just. And that's cool that you like Rocket Lab. I want Neutron to do good as well, but there's no way that Neutron is flying before New Glenn. Nah. Blue Origin has a target date for the first New Glenn launch in November. And that's like public. They said that, dude. They got a public, dude, they've publicly addressed a launch date. New Glenn's gonna fly this year. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, dude. It's just, yeah, no. That's not a thing. Neutron is still at the very, very, very least, the most optimistic, like a year out at the very least. Where's Neutron's pad? Neutron's pad is still a bunch of holes in the ground right now. Like I said, look for the hardware, homie. Anyway. So, we'll end a little bit of space news here with this. I don't want to see failure, but Blue has been a collection of delays and excuses for a decade now. Well, Stull, you're not changing your mind, so I'm going to stop trying. Like, despite the overwhelming evidence, you seem like you're set on that, so I'll expect you to say, oh, okay, when New Glenn launches before Neutron. I want to know how the BE-4 will handle a flight hold entry relight. Have we seen any video of them doing relight tests? No, but Blue poached a bunch of people from SpaceX a little while ago, goalie. So I'm pretty sure that they have it figured out. I just, I don't. The reason why Blue gets the benefit of the doubt over a lot of other companies, though, I mean, obviously there's New Shepard, right? But if you really want to know, let's just say that the guy that runs that company, the major stakeholder in that company, the guy that owns that company, has extremely deep pockets and is known for running very logistically complicated companies. It would be kind of foolish to think that Blue isn't going to come up with something crazy. Now, Stoll, I don't know if you knew this. When Jeff Bezos stepped down from Amazon, he works at Blue. He runs Blue. Not day-to-day operations. He's the chief designer. Yeah. Dave Limp runs the company. The guy that oversaw the deployment of Amazon Fire Stick and Alexa, for what it's worth. Like, maybe with the old guy that was in there, Bob Smith, who was a ex-shuttle guy. Yeah, they canned him. Yeah, he left. They replaced him a little while back. And ever since he brought in Dave Limp and Jeff Bezos kind of took the reins, Blue's been amazing. They've been really cool. I'm not beyond redemption. I will apologize if I'm wrong, but so far they haven't shown much. Bob Smith, yep, I got canned. Nice. Trust me, man, Blue's cooking. I mean, still, like the other thing, and I mean, this probably isn't going to change your mind or anybody's. I know people that work there. I know a lot of people that work there. Trust, they got some stuff, dude. They got some stuff. Except that second stage that imploded. The hell, guys? The hell's that about? It didn't implode, Savvy? Care to straighten the story out then? Do you think the problems with the FAA could be because of Elon's political leanings? Cal, even if they were, I have no way to prove it. And neither does he, to be 100% real with you. Didn't implode? No? Okay. All right. What about the 2-cat? What happened there? That one didn't implode either. That one didn't implode either. It tactically crunched itself. Yeah, yep. I hope you're right. I like to see progress. Dude, Blue's going to come up with... Okay, quarter 4. Watch Slick 36, dude. Still, trust me. I know you. I know you've been watching the stream for a long time. I wouldn't steer you wrong here. And even if I have some crazy crackpot theory, I usually say it's my crazy crackpot theory. This is not a crackpot theory. Blue will launch New Glenn, and it will land on the first try. Clip it. Right now, I'm telling you. Clip it. They will launch it, and it will work. It will absolutely work. You want helicopters? Because that's how you get helicopters. Yeah, I know. I have a big enough backyard. You could probably land a Black Hawk back here. Let's go. Let's go. What's going on, man? Turbo Fire, what's up, dude? How you doing? It's good to see you. Turbo, if you're the Turbo Fire that I'm remembering, how's your father-in-law doing? Good stuff? Yeah, good stuff, bad stuff. I felt like Blue's going to overtake SpaceX if Starship doesn't do what it's supposed to. Maybe, Ben. Sure. New Glenn is a definite Falcon 9 contender. Like it could definitely do it. I'm the same one you remember. All right, man. Yeah, still sharp, dude. And you got gifted a sub. He's good. Hell yeah. All right, man. Sweet. Still got the sharp memory after all these years. Slackster, you applied for internships at Blue and SpaceX. I'm graduating college next May with a degree in IST. Hopefully, half a dozen certs by the time I'm done. Dude, do it. My man, last I tuned in, you were working on your truck. Truck's done, dude. I have a new thing. It's not mine, it's a viewer's, but this is what we've been working on. Every time I sit in this car, I just want to, be like, I am the cream. And just like that, the cream rises to the top. Nobody does it better. Just want to, brother. You need to clean the damn thing? Which one? Wasn't that supposed to be done in like a week? We got half of it done in a week. Does that help? Yo, hey, 5 subs. All right. Poor Ernok, degraded from buddy to viewer. How about a friend of mine? Gaming a little bit, I'll be lurking. It's good to see you. Likewise, man. That's awesome. We still gotta, we gotta talk about things. Sometime, yeah. You got that thing. Hey, hey, como está? Hey, we gotta talk about that thing. That thing with the guy. You know the guy? Did you talk to the guy? Oh, Aaron, you talked to the guy. We still gotta do that. Anyway. Ben, you hope to work at Rocket Lab someday. They're doing some really sick stuff. Dude, everyone is doing awesome stuff, man. But also, look for the hardware, always. You have to get the White Snake going in that car? You're damn right, Bob. Yeah. It's still in the net. I can't sing like David Coverdale. Sorry, I shouldn't have tried. We know the guy. All right, good. Oh. Who you talking? Me. Oh, me. You. Yeah. All right, you talk to the guy? Talk to the guy. All right, good. Good. Bada bing, bada boom. Very good. All right. Sorry. Sorry. All right, I was saving this for last. This one. This is the last one. This is the end, my friend. This was big news yesterday, and I didn't feel good, so we didn't talk about this. But yeah, you lived in a very Sicilian part of Watertown, New York. That accent gets me every time. Oh, yeah. Oh, you probably heard a lot of guys talking like this, Talking, like this. They're from Watertown. Oh, boy. Here we go. Spicy time. So, the FAA is fining SpaceX $633,009 in civil penalties against SpaceX. These penalties are because of they're from launches in 2023 where SpaceX was operating a launch control room, a launch control center that didn't have FAA approval, and they operated rocket fueling infrastructure without their approval as well. Yeah. Can I have 600K? Dude, 600K would do me right. 633.09, that would be great. If I could have that like right now, oh man. You probably wouldn't see me for a couple of days. Like, I'll tell you guys, this is the thing. I wouldn't tell people if I won the lottery, but there would be signs. If EJ just goes MIA for about a week and I come back and I'm like, hey, yeah, everything's fine. You know what happened. What is specifically the $9? I don't know. Let's see. In May of 2023, SpaceX submitted a request to revise its communications plan related to its launch license from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The proposed revisions included adding a new launch control room at Hangar X and removing the T-2 hour readiness poll from its procedures. On June 18, SpaceX used the unapproved launch control room for the PSN Satria mission and did not conduct the required T-2 hour poll. The FAA is proposing $350,000 in civil penalties, $175 for each alleged violation. In July of 2023, SpaceX submitted a request to revise its explosive site plan related to its license to launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The proposed revision reflected a newly constructed rocket propellant farm. On July 28, 2023, SpaceX used the unapproved rocket propellant farm for the EchoStar 24 Jupiter mission. The FAA is proposing a fine of $283,009 civil penalties. SpaceX has 30 days to respond to the FAA after receiving the agency's enforcement letters. I stand by what I said. These are deserved. Hot take, lols. SpaceX has 30 days and the fish people have 60. Yeah, so here, the FAA reached out to Adrian, and what did Adrian say here? The FAA has published the enforcement letters for the Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy fines. Note, regarding Falcon 9, the FAA was informed on May 2nd that there was a revised comms plan. FAA responded on June 15th that a change for the June 18th launch would not be approved in time. The FAA would not approve SpaceX's proposed new communications plan before a scheduled June 18th, 2023 launch. June 16th, the FAA would not issue a modification to SpaceX's license before a scheduled June 18th, 2023 launch. Guys, I'm starting to think that SpaceX is intentionally violating these. And I think they are because the fines outweigh the potential revenue lost from maintaining a high launch cadence. I'm starting to think they're doing it on purpose because, yeah, the fines don't mean dick. Like, what are you going to do? SpaceX is taking the become ungovernable route. If you use facilities without approval due to late submitting of paperwork, then expect to get punished. Yeah, Gwen. Honestly, I don't think that is anything SpaceX doesn't know. To be honest, guys, you know, everybody's saying, "Oh, these are well deserved." Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but also SpaceX wouldn't do this knowing they could carry a 6-figure fine willingly and be like, "Yeah, all right, it's fine." I think this is calculated. I honestly, I really do. I think it's a calculated risk. Fines at the cost of doing business. Yeah. Budget people would never approve, but you're right. It's literally 2 days. Head time for a change. That's what I'm saying, man. They knew good and well they wouldn't be able to approve the change in time, but they went and launched anyway. I think this is it's better to ask for forgiveness than beg for approval, right? Like, that just means the fines aren't high enough. But then why sue the FAA as well? Yeah, maybe the payloads were time sensitive, James. That's a good point. I don't like that they're treating fines as the cost of doing business. Entropy, I kind of agree with you. This is getting a little bit poop sandwichy. You know what I mean? So yeah, check this out, guys. This kind of, I'm not sure if this is an exact correlation, but oh yes, it is. SpaceX will be filing a suit against the FAA for regulatory overreach. Oh, this is getting dirty. Maybe they sue because these changes did not involve public safety. I don't know what to think here, dude. It's like, I don't. Hey, Sig, watch your language. Watch your language. Don't swear in here. Last warning. Unless it's declared after hours by me, don't do that. I'm wondering, like, okay, here's the thing. SpaceX has been pretty critical of the FAA lately, right? And Elon says they're going to be filing suit for regulatory overreach. Guys, what I think is going on, and once again, I don't really have a take here, like a point of view or anything, to be honest. Like, I'm just like, all right. What I think is going on here is that the FAA does not have the bandwidth to deal with all the changes that SpaceX makes. They don't have the bandwidth. So what are they supposed to do? Sit there and whine about it? No, they got to do it. They're going as fast as they can. Like, honestly, I know people are, hey, Bits from Gaw, thank you. I know people are going to say, like, oh, the FAA's holding them up, EJ. They're holding them up. Yeah, but you got to remember, we've had 4 Starship launches in the past year. That's insanely fast for an experimental vehicle. Any experimental vehicle. That's a lot. That's a lot of missions, right? Wouldn't that clog the FAA system even more? It takes a lot more resources to fight a lawsuit. That's why, yeah, cryo, that's why I'm kind of like, I see that this is why I'm like, all right, okay. I'm not like, I want SpaceX to launch more also at the same time, but yeah. I hope the FAA comes back and slaps them with a full review of policies and a multi-year delay. Ouch. Yeah, Savvy, I'm not going to lie to you. I really hope they don't do that. But see, here's what I'm thinking. Like, we watched that Senate Judiciary Committee thing, and that's what the FAA said. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough people to do that. And I'm not sure if that's implemented on purpose or not. Like, the FAA did get a budget increase, and they apparently have not upped their bandwidth for approving this stuff. But then again, you could make the argument that they are, because a Falcon 9 launches every 2 days. I'm tired of billionaires companies thinking the fines are just the cost of doing business. Well, that would, Savvy, that would require somebody at the government actually having a backbone for a change, which has been one of my biggest criticisms of NASA over the past couple of years. But yeah. Moving on. That's too real of a conversation that I want to have right now. With the overturning of the Chevron defense, there are going to be a large number of suits against government agencies in the next few years. Basically, the courts told the agencies they can't just make up rules as they go anymore. I think that's a very good point, Gaw. I think that's a very good point. See, another thing, why did this take a whole year? I don't know. I don't know why you'd do this right now, just in the midst of the FAA already having them butting heads. I mean, it's very clear that it's very clear that that the FAA is not moving. They can't move fast, right? It took a year to get the paperwork done. What's the Chevron defense? So, Booger, the U.S. Supreme Court passed a precedent. I forget when it was. It was this year. Basically saying that it's, what's the right way to say it? Sorry. Give me a moment. It's basically saying that a 3-letter agency can't just make up rules about stuff because it's unconstitutional, because that gives like OSHA or the FAA or the EPA too much. You're basically, there's no checks and balance there. That's the precedent. You can agree with it, you cannot agree with it. I'm just telling you what it is. Relax, right? Supreme Court are on a spree on allowing Elon to do his thing without accountability anyway. All right, Sig, you're going in timeout, dude. You're going in timeout. You can stop talking for about an hour. I'm kind of sick of it. Stop. Like, stop. Stop doing that, man. You just spout nonsense here. I told you to stop doing like 3 times. I've been more than patient. Stop doing that. Stop making up stuff. I don't know, Fifi. I have no idea. CC Kraken's last. What is this? Off topic. Yeah, trains. F40 PHs. Nice. So OSHA is a 4-letter agency. Yeah, it is. It's not made by the elected officials, so there's no accountability. That's the right way to say it, Theo. Yeah. That's the Chevron defense. So maybe there's a precedent here for SpaceX doing that, for regulatory overreach. They're just making up laws as they go. OSHA gets a pass then. As a Brit, I don't like talking U.S. politics. Raymond, to be honest, I don't either. I'll talk space policy and stuff, but yeah, there's a reason why with the FAA thing, I'm just like, deference, not defense. Yeah, sorry. It's getting late. Isn't the Texas EPA a four-letter one, too? Woosa! Woosa! Captain, remember your pressure points. Woosa! Woosa! Sorry, I kind of went there with the whole delay thing. I mean, it's all right. It's just... Yeah, I don't know, man. I want to see more rocket launches, dude. But, and for experimental vehicles, like, submitting all these damn changes, like it's the system isn't really compatible with doing rapid iterative design. That's the thing. Like, so I'd say the 450 regulatory framework that the FAA uses is not, it's obviously not good enough for what SpaceX is trying to do. But see, that always invites the argument of, you know, who is at fault here, the FAA or SpaceX? I don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. Good evening. How are you doing? I'm good, Gujar. Sorry, I haven't been here much. Life in Space Marine 2. No, Gujar, don't lie. Don't lie. Life in Space Marine 2? Space Marine 2 is the kind of game you play that's a time sink, like Satisfactory. You don't say, oh yeah, real life in Factorio has been getting in the way. No, you've been playing Space Marine 2, man. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Space Marine 2 is cool. For the Imperium of Man. Sorry, I'm just busting your chops. It's good to see you, man. 80% of the FAA work goes to SpaceX. At the same time, SpaceX probably wastes hundreds of millions of dollars on the FAA. Yep. That's what I'm saying, dude. The fines for the control room and prop farm are good to go to me. Not for the 2-hour pull. That one is super weird. Sadly, and this is really not for this channel, it's neither. It's another group of people completely. See, Savvy, yeah. I don't know, man. Got to be careful about, especially because I have a platform here where people listen to me. I mean, I don't know why, but, no, I'm just kidding. I got to be careful about pointing out boogeymen, you know. I see a lot of people say, like, oh, it's just the president going after Elon because he doesn't like him or something. Like, dude, you're never going to be able to prove that. Inviting that type of thinking is basically, you basically are telling you're admitting to a little bit of psychosis, to be 100% honest, right? Like, I can't go inviting boogeymen in here, you know? We have to look at the facts and we have to go from there, which is why, to be 100% real, I have no idea. I don't know if SpaceX is in the right. I don't know if the FAA is in the right. I don't know. I mean, for this, it sounds like they're right, but for what they're doing with Starship, no clue. I don't know. Jigsy, this is what I can come down to. I think we all agree that suing the FAA, the people that give you the licensing polls, is probably not the best idea, right? I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. You're not going to sue the regulatory body that gives you permission to launch, right? That's not the best idea. But if we could figure out that that's not a good idea, There's no way SpaceX doesn't know that that's a bad idea. You know what I mean? There's no way. Do you have opinion on the Titan sub hearings? No, I haven't watched them, James. I'll get back to you. Once again, I'm just gonna say this once. SpaceX wouldn't shoot their shot like this unless they were sure. They wouldn't open this can of worms unless they were absolutely sure that that's what was going on. If you're not confused, you don't understand correctly. Yeah, but like anything, it should have representation before causation, right? Yeah. If the FAA is professional, then there should be no issue with suing them. So basically, SpaceX is playing 4D chess. Like I said, they wouldn't shoot their shot unless they were sure, right? Like, they wouldn't do that. Savvy Occam's razor. It's not a personal attack on any one person or personal bias. It's an entire group of people in the lackluster job they're doing. No one person is making any one thing happen. Just one bad decision after another for decades and decades. No boogeyman or conspiracy, just facts. Yeah, Savvy, I think that, look, the government gave the FAA a huge burden with certifying commercial spaceports and commercial spacecraft, right? They aimed it to be a one-stop shop thing. They diverted that to the FAA. Not a bad idea. If you don't fund them, if you don't give them the funding to support that expansion, you're setting them up to fail, which honestly, I think that's what happened. That's what sounds, that if I could point to one particular thing, you know, you're expanding the FAA's jurisdiction and you're not giving them the funding to accompany that expanding jurisdiction. So now you set them up to fail. You opened up a government agency to basically be sued by any contractor that wants to go faster than the maximum bandwidth of the FAA. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going on here. Pretty sure, but I don't know. We'll find out. Do you think SpaceX should lobby for more funding for the FAA? Who's to say that they haven't already, Sea Kraken, you know? Quite frankly, it looks like the FAA doesn't really know what to do, even with the work they're doing. Well, yeah, of course they don't. They're learning, which is the other reason why I think they're going slow. They're learning. They're using Starbase and they're using Starship to establish the regulatory framework for commercial spaceport applications. That's what they're doing. I've been saying that one for years too, right? That's what's going on. Guys, like I said, Savvy, I'm with you. It's Occam's razor. It's not like that's what's happening. I'm pretty damn sure. Could be wrong though. It's a pretty standard story. Do more with the same amount. We see it happen at NASA all the freaking time, dude. Like, of course, that has to be what's going on. I don't think that this is some political boogeyman. I think it's just the government doing government things. What's the point of the FAA being the one-stop shop if they need to get comment periods of 2 months, 3 months, and 6 months with every single other agency in the books? Now, Theo, I had a problem with that right when they said it. I brought this up. When the FAA started consulting the Fish and Wildlife Service before Flight 3 and Flight 4, I was like, what the hell's going on here? Right? Like, now you're bringing other three-letter agencies into it. So now the FAA was supposed to be the one-stop shop for getting a commercial spaceport license like it is for an airplane, right? But now you have the FAA, you have the EPA, you have the Fish and Wildlife Service, you have the U.S. Park Service, and you have the TCQ on a state level. Like, well, guess that one-stop shop thing wasn't the best idea. I honestly think that's what's going on, guys. Like, that has to be it. There's no boogeyman here. Like, no, it's about to kiss first, yeah. Do we need a new agency for space travel? Surley, that might be a good thing. Or you could just give the FAA more money to hire more people so you could deal with this bandwidth. Just saying. The theory is that with one large agency, the overhead is shared. It's great in concept, but it rarely works that well. Well, the people, Savvy, the other thing to take into account is that the people that established the regulatory framework as the FAA for your one-stop shop are not there anymore. 4-year terms, man. What are you going to do? Brother, for the Emperor, knowledge is power. Guard it well. For the Imperium of Man. Heretics. Yeah, good stuff, Gujar. Good stuff. And SpaceX already tried to do it the right way. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, we watched that subcommittee meeting with Gerst. I remember that. Could the Space Force do it? Maybe. RJ, you just give me an idea. Guys, what do you think about this? All right, we can point out problems. We can point out boogeyman. We can do this. All right, screw all that. Turn the page for a second. Think about this for a minute. What if there was a Corps of Engineers for the Space Force? Right? The Army Corps of Engineers oversees a lot of civil infrastructure around the United States, right? And overseas too, right? What if there was a Space Force Corps of Engineers and you made the Space Force Corps of Engineers, like we're talking about people, civil engineers that specialize in industrial infrastructure, like launch pads, for instance, and make that the regulatory body for building new launch sites instead. Space engineers, oh God, what did I just do? Right? Sorry, I'm slightly jaded by the FAA. Turning the page. Yeah, Jigsy, no, yeah, I can hear that. Oh no, not the Corps of Engineers. Just saying. Like, why don't they? That would be a good idea. Or have the FAA COE, that's the Federal Aviation Administration Corps of Engineers, or the Space Corps of Engineers. It's something, you know? And what if the Space Force made some Space Marines? We need younger blood in the FAA, that's all I'll say. ACOE doesn't deal with regulation. Wouldn't really help in this situation. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's more operating the infrastructure, huh? Yeah, it's just a thought.
Oh, this is space.
Space
I'm in
Corps?
space.
Yeah, right. As a former Marine, I like the Marine sound. The compressor probably didn't pick it up, did it? No, it didn't. Cool. I would sign up to be a space engineer, though. Just saying. Okay, get to the sub to Green Dog. Awesome, man. Awesome. All right. Cool. Starfleet Corps of Engineers. Dude, we need something like that. That would be sick, though. That'd be sick, though, wouldn't it? What was the name of the Space Force and Starship Troopers? The Mobile Infantry, dude! Would you like to know more? The Federal Space Administration. Yeah, Hellfish, something like that. That's actually, yeah, that's... USSF probably wouldn't either. It's a department of the Air Force, Ivo, like the Marine Corps is a department of the Navy, right? It's like 3D. Space Force is a non-combat branch like the Coast Guard. Or are they? I'm just kidding. You're right. They absolutely are. Or are they? Yeah, we use the Navy as the transport. Cal, I had an old devil dog tell me one time that the Marine Corps is the department of the Navy, the men's department. It's pretty messed up, but it's pretty funny. It's so screwed up, dude. Oh my goodness. Huh? Oh boy. Inter-service rivalries are fun. And a lot of squids say something about crayons, but I won't repeat that here. Something about crayons or something. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Did you catch the static fire today? We watched it while we watched Electron abort on the pad, Cal. Yeah, I saw you in the chat up there, dude. Now you're just making me hungry. All right. Might be a civilian man, but I'll eat crayons with you. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm in. Crayons, you mean lunch? You're damn right I do. Off topic, but Don Pettit's recent pick of London from the ISS was incredible. Please hold. Don Pettit's a freaking legend, dude. Seriously, freaking legend. He's like a living spaceflight holy balls. Excuse me, I'll time myself out. Whoa. That's crazy, man. London, yeah. I think that's London, isn't it? You sound like you're from London. Where's Heathrow? Heathrow should be... oh. Right there. I've been there. Yeah. That's a pretty good picture. The dark spots are the best parts. Yes, here, guys, we are observing the the Roman colony of Londinium. Yep. And after the Romans left, nothing else happened there ever. Ever. Nothing worth talking about anyway. Yep. Hey, I can see my house from here. Yeah, you got to clean those gutters, man. Hey, English people, explain yourself. Why does the highway stop and then start again? Is that because there's no street lights on this part of the road? Looks like your highway just stops and starts and stops and starts again. Still an awesome picture, though. I'd guess trees. Trees? They have those over there? It's weird. They ran out of money. I was gonna say at least they have an excuse. It looks like the highway's still there. Our highways over here just stop. Stop. There aren't any trees. That's the M25. It's not continually lit. Yeah, I got you. I was trying to make a joke, Gwen, but good to know. Cool. Our highways fall into the river. They save 30 billion on lights. Actually, illuminating highways is expensive. Yeah, very expensive. Very expensive, Douglas. Anyway, that was a pretty good space news, dudes. Pretty good, if I do say so myself. That was a good one. Let's finish up this MAM research, though. I'm going to switch us back over to Satisfactory. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. We will be back with more space news tomorrow. But for now, the factory must grow, harvest. Hashtag pound sign. I'm going to switch this back over. I'm going to change the YouTube stream over to gaming. Godspeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much.